Chapter 11:08. I feel like a salted fish. I didn't do anything except stand on the city wall for a dozen or so days. There were still 2 days until the clown's wedding, and many guests had already arrived. On the blessed land with blue skies and green grass, strange beasts and mounts could be seen frequently, and immortals could be seen riding on clouds and riding on the mist. It was a lively and bustling scene. Miao Tian, this was the last day of the end-of-term examinations. That's right, the renowned 4-9 immortal sect of the Kingdom of the 9 States was about to hold their wedding. She turned her head and glared at the people in the distance. And Lin's heart was stirred, and he was a little entranced by this scene. Students, make sure to rest well. After that, the two of them chatted about the past as they passed through the night. She smiled. Of course. Our entire family is top-notch in terms of looks. There was a road paved with roses, which was particularly eye-catching on the lush green landscape. It was like a path of happiness that led all the way to the legendary immortal sect. This grudge, he silently took out a small notebook and noted it down. Flying sword god's chest constricted at the sight of Enlin. Su Xiaolan recounted the past to Enlin, and her emotions were finally released. Perhaps she was also a little exhausted, and she unknowingly fell asleep in Enlin's arms. On a vast grassland, there were 2 Tao integration stage, void, spirit, tribe, mighty figures. This was the second grand ceremony held by the 4-9 immortal sect after the grand opening ceremony. Perhaps it was because it was more famous now, but the scale of this grand ceremony was even larger than the grand opening ceremony. Many of the students still had 0 accolades on their heads. They were simply too powerful. What a warm and beautiful family. This was also why Zhu Shuza was unable to exact revenge even after becoming the sect leader of the Vermilion Bird sect. This was also why Su Xiaolan had repeatedly told Enlin not to act rashly and to listen to her. Wah. Teacher, 0 is so ugly. Can you let me pass? I'm not asking for much. Just give me 60 points. Any less and any more wasted. Miao Tian pouted and tugged on Flying Sword God's sleeve like a spoiled child. She told Enlin that the 2 void spirit tribe mighty figures were called the God Engulfing Skeleton and Ember. And Lin rode on Dubai and greeted his classmates warmly. The homeroom teacher thought to himself as he nibbled on the steamed buns that Lin gave him that Dubai ignored. Do you think you're a leader here for an inspection? At this time, Lin and the others were on their way. Good morning. And Lin smiled. No, I woke up a little earlier than you. And Lin chuckled. The next day the sun rose. By the way, do you think I look more like my father or my mother? Su Xiaolan turned to look at Enlin with her bright eyes. Su Xiaolan smiled shyly and blissfully. Good morning. You didn't sleep last night? All of the students were on the verge of tears upon hearing Enlin's words. Class President Shen Yuancheng had accidentally annihilated the entire Blood Tribe army, and they didn't even get to touch the Blood Tribe soldiers. Zhu Shuza didn't reveal their identities in order to prevent Su Xiaolan from coming into contact with them too early. Su Xiaolan nodded upon hearing this and began to meditate. He was actually lying. It was a rare opportunity to hug Xiaolan, so he wasn't going to waste it on sleeping. Thank you for your hard work, students. Awards were given out every year, but weddings only happened once in a lifetime. This scene was really heartwarming, and Lin thought to himself for a moment before replying, You look like your father when you're living, but you look like your mother when you're fighting. And Lin and Su Xiaolan began to ponder about whether to go to the 4-9 immortal sect. Wah. Big brother, and said he was going to flex with us and fly with us. Why is he flexing by himself? And Lin looked up at the vast starry sky, and a determined expression appeared on his face as he took a deep breath. And Lin sighed with emotion. Xiaolan, you were so adorable when you were little. You had such a beautiful smile. Our parents also had beautiful smiles. Emperor Yi Deng had already spread the news of what Enlin and Su Xiaolan had done in the dark marshlands, so everyone knew about it. Forward turned to void stage mighty figures, and over 1,000 blood tribe powerful beings had been annihilated. Xiao Chao's wedding was taking place the day after tomorrow, and this was an extremely important event that they couldn't afford to delay. And Lin conversed with all of the students in a friendly manner. And Lin wasn't going to do anything rash. He had to break through to the return to void stage first. Purple Star State. The students of the first class had created a legend of 0 casualties. This mighty figure's accolades were probably going to defy the heavens. As a powerful being on the Immortal Rankings board, Miao Tian felt extremely aggrieved to have received a 0. However, when she thought about how even a prodigy like Su Qinyan had received a 0, she felt a little better. In the end, they decided to have their homeroom teacher collect the individual awards from the school. In reality, filthy rich and didn't really care about the awards. After being praised, Su Xiaolan's grief faded. Miao Tian was speechless. The atmosphere was extremely harmonious. The flying sword god naturally knew how to handle matters like this, so he was extremely accommodating. I did get tanned, but it wasn't hard at all. They discussed for a while. He was a renowned monarch who ruled over an entire realm. Even among Dao integration stage, super mighty figures, he was one of the most powerful beings in the world. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyan, Miao Tian, and the others applied for leave before heading to the 4-9 Immortal Sect to prepare for the wedding. Not only were there human sect representatives participating, but there were also many powerful beings from other powers on the continent participating as well. It was like a world-class wedding. Thus, Xianyuan Cheng and Lin and Su Xiaolan received full marks, while everyone else received 0 marks. Everyone began their journey back. And Lin didn't need to cultivate, so he rode Dubai around the city wall and began a new patrol. They all greeted Lin with admiration and envy upon seeing him. At the same time, he had also created a record of over 90% of the students receiving 0 marks. A wry smile appeared on the flying sword god's face. Don't worry, this end-of-semester examination is a special occasion, so you'll all graduate. However, I have to be realistic about the marks. Besides, everyone received 0 marks, so it's quite harmonious. What's so bad about it? All of you are tanned. However, after Su Xiaolan came of age, she used some methods to find out about this. Even though he was handing out an immortal pill, he still smiled to show his respect. Thus, the end-of-semester examination drew to a close in such a friendly and harmonious atmosphere. This is the first time I've shown this photographic crystal to anyone. Now, I can only rely on this picture to recall what my parents looked like, Su Xiaolan said in a soft voice. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were even more outrageous. The Bone Demon Blood Sect incident had shaken the southwestern region of the Dark Marshlands, and all blood tribe cultivators were in danger. Now, even the students couldn't find a single trace of the blood tribe cultivators. Su Xiaolan faltered slightly upon hearing this before bursting into laughter. Faint dimples appeared on her cheeks, and she was clearly amused by Lin's words. Su Xiaolan woke up from Lin's embrace, and a faint blush appeared on her face. She silently left Lin's embrace and leaned against the city wall. This was actually quite easy to investigate. Chapter 1109. And Lin sat on Dubai's back and flew toward the teleportation spell formation in the gem state. Behind him were his fellow students, who were going to the 4-9 Immortal Sect with him to attend Xiao Chao's wedding. Most of them were prodigies who had been poached by Lin to the 4-9 Immortal Sect, and the Celestial Arch was quite concerned about this. However, the Heavenly Court did not forcibly restrict the departure of these talents. Thus, they could only silently complain and feel stifled. They could not really do anything to them. And Lin, have you asked Xiao Cho what he's missing? I don't even know what to give him this time, Su Xiaolan asked in a quiet voice. And Lin smiled. Didn't you already give him a present at Qing, whose city's wedding? That's different. This is his second wedding, so I have to give him a present. Su Xiaolan replied with a matter-of-fact expression. Just give him something random. We're family, so there's no need to be so formal. And Lin waved a hand. We're family, so how can we be so casual? It's exactly because we're family that we have to take this seriously. Su Xiaolan expressed her opinion. The two of them had differing opinions. In the end, Lin was convinced. And Lin, what are you planning to give him? Su Xiaolan asked. Air. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. Su Xiaolan stared at Lin. Have you never thought about this? Huh, of course not. And Lin interjected with a smile. I've already prepared a very good present. He would never admit that he had been too preoccupied with thinking about what gifts the sect would receive during the wedding that he had forgotten to send a congratulatory gift to the clown. Su Xiaolan extended a hand. What are you planning to give him? Let me have a look. And Lin paused momentarily and was just about to bring out something good when the evil-slaying sword in his storage ring suddenly began to tremor and surge with battle intent. An urgent voice sounded in his mind. Be careful! A Darkwing powerhouse is approaching. And Lin's expression shifted. A being that could make the evil-slaying sword a powerful being had to be terrifyingly powerful. Hua! The evil-slaying sword appeared in his hand. Su Xiaolan was perplexed upon seeing this. You want to give me the evil-slaying sword? Everyone be careful. A strong enemy is approaching. Protect yourselves. And Lin suddenly shouted, his expression as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Su Qianyan, Shen Yuancheng, and the others reacted extremely quickly upon hearing this, and they instantly drew their weapons. And Lin leaped down from Dabai's body and released Gundam 3 and Yao Ji. Protect them. This was the first time everyone had seen Lin reveal such an expression as if he was facing a formidable enemy, and they couldn't help but become even more nervous. The evil-slaying sword became even more excited. Don't let me out, let me go back. And Lin faltered momentarily before becoming enraged. I am the sword of the mighty sword immortal Lin. How can you say something so cowardly? You're such a disappointment. He didn't understand why the evil-slaying sword, which had accompanied him through countless battles, would say something so heartfelt. However, he knew that he couldn't afford to lose his composure in the face of such a formidable enemy. He hadn't even cowered yet, so why was his weapon cowering first? The evil-slaying sword spoke in a panicked voice. This isn't a question of whether I'm afraid or not. There's no time to explain. Just listen to me. Hurry up. I won't listen. I won't listen. And Lin shook his head with determination. Evil-slaying sword. Crack. A crisp crack sounded. A pitch-black crack appeared in front of them and then spread out. A pair of slender, white feet stepped through the spatial rift, following which a lithe and graceful woman in a black dress emerged from the spatial rift. She had a breathtaking beauty with a pair of clear and tranquil eyes. Her skin was as radiant as the crescent moon, and her knee-length dress revealed her flawless calves. The woman's appearance stunned many people. Not only were Dabai and Lin momentarily dazed, but even the top-tier beauties, Su Qianyan and Su Xiaolan, were also momentarily dazed. It was clearly daytime, but they felt as if they had seen the most beautiful moon. The moon is so beautiful, Woof. Dabai couldn't help but praise with his eyes wide open. Of course, the woman's appearance didn't make them lower their guard. The pair of black wings on her back was too conspicuous. Almost in an instant, everyone was able to determine the identity of this woman who had suddenly appeared. She was a Darkwing tribe mighty figure. The woman's expression was as cold as the moon, and her eyes suddenly locked onto Lin. A rare, seductive smile appeared on her face. Evil-slaying sword. And Lin, I finally found you. And Lin's heart sank. This Darkwing tribe powerful being was indeed targeting him. A concerned expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. She had previously crushed an emergency summon talisman from the Celestial Court. That was the summoned talisman from the Celestial Court that she had requested from the Dark Marshlands Execution Department. Now that the talisman was gone, how was she going to summon her daddy? Xianyuan Cheng was just about to pull out his voice transmission talisman to call for help when the woman in the black dress gripped the air. Boom! Heaven and earth instantly tremored as the space within a radius of 50 kilometers was sealed. This time, not only had his escape route been cut off, but even the connection between his voice transmission talisman and the outside world had been completely severed. "Who are you?" And Lin asked with a grave expression. A friendly smile appeared on the woman's intricate features. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Moonlit Night, and I don't have any other intentions. I just want to take back the evil-slaying sword that belongs to the Darkwing tribe. As long as you hand over the sword, I promise I won't harm any of you." Everyone faltered upon hearing this. They had thought that this Darkwing tribe powerful being was here to exact revenge on Enlin, but they didn't think that she would actually be plotting against Enlin's sword. The Moonlit Night Monarch was vastly renowned across the entire Tai Chu continent. She was an extremely powerful mighty figure at the Return to Void pinnacle stage, and she was on the same level as Leyden of the Blood Tribe and War God Erling of the Celestial Court. However, at this moment, the way she phrased it was a little strange. Generally speaking, shouldn't killing and robbing be the correct course of action for powerful beings of this caliber? Why was she using a friendly tone to negotiate with Enlin? All they wanted was the sword, and they would leave without harming a single hair on Enlin's body. Inexplicably, a thought uncontrollably emerged in everyone's mind. The Moonlit Night Monarch of the Darkwing tribe seemed to be a little cowardly, and Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. Was she really going to be so easy to negotiate with? The Moonlit Night Monarch had done a thorough investigation, so she was naturally going to back down. She had a bottom line in her heart, and that was to not force Enlin into a corner. The Moonlit Night Monarch had already suffered from being overly cautious in her actions, and that was to raise a boss in the form of Enlin. Right now, she was planning to complete this mission as quickly as possible. This was actually the safest way to proceed. "You stole the evil-slaying sword, so it should belong to the Darkwing tribe." The Moonlit Night Monarch stepped forward, and her intricate foot stomped into the air. Rumble, a suffocating aura erupted forth. The power of the divine Tao instantly proliferated forth, and day turned into night within a radius of over 50 kilometers. Only a pristine white moon hung high in the sky, casting a ray of moonlight upon the Moonlit Night Monarch, making her appear as if she were a noble and holy goddess of the moon. The Moonlit Night Monarch had already given Enlin a reason to hand over the evil-slaying sword. At the same time, she unleashed a terrifying aura in an attempt to force him to submit. "I stole the sword with my own abilities, so how can you say that it belongs to you?" Enlin could sense the evil-slaying sword trembling uneasily, and his aura soared as he faced the Moonlit Night Monarch with no fear on his face. "Little Xia belongs to me. No one can take her away from me." Chapter 11:10. And Lin sighed internally before turning to look at the woman in the fluttering black dress in the distance, and he felt a headache coming on as he didn't know how to get out of this predicament. Boom! The rich green light instantly materialized into a suit of armor that enveloped Lin's entire body, leaving only his head and limbs exposed. Immediately afterward, something even more astonishing happened. This was because 4 Moonlit Night Monarchs with identical auras had suddenly appeared in the air, and Lin's hand trembled, and a gash had been sliced open on his left arm, from which blood was gushing out incessantly. The terrifying power of the moon erupted forth, surging through the entire night sky. The power from the fist surged through the air for close to 10 kilometers, causing the earth to crack open and trees to uproot before being torn to shreds by violent gale force winds. At the same time, Lin's other fist had already fallen. They were all wielding extremely sharp moonlight scythes, which they aimed at different parts of Lin's body. sealing off all of Lin's paths of retreat. Boom! Yao Ji was a puppet that had mastered spatial skipping, and Tina was extremely proficient in the Tao of space. If they combined their powers, there was definitely a chance that they would be able to break through the Moonlit Night Monarch's spatial seal. And Lin activated his divine inspection technique and was able to just barely capture the trajectory of the Moonlit Night Monarch's attack. He positioned one hand in front of the scythe and clenched his other hand into a fist before launching it toward the woman in front of him. When the students heard this, they were very tactful and quickly retreated. Her words reverberated through the air, and Lin activated his divine sense to its fullest extent while maintaining his divine inspection technique so that he could react to his enemy's attack as quickly as possible. The Moonlit Night Monarch's black hair danced in the wind, and her slender body was knocked flying for over a kilometer by the terrifying power imbued within Lin's fist. "Go, classmate and Lin!" Su Qianyun cheered in her mellow voice. "And Lin, you have to be careful. Your life is the most important thing," Su Xiaolan cautioned. His skin began to turn crimson gold, and his aura climbed steadily. Yu Ye's expression changed slightly, and a crescent moon flashed in her black and white eyes. At the critical moment, her head tilted to the side, dodging the most terrifying part of the fist energy. "Big Brother In will be waiting for your safe return." Miao Tian was already trembling in fear, but she still mustered up her courage and yelled. An earth-shattering sound exploded. It was obvious that Lin was at a disadvantage in this battle, but in the next instant he was stunned again. This was the most troublesome aspect of spatial jumping. Without extremely high attainments in the art of space, one wouldn't even know where the other party would appear and attack from. If she wanted to snatch away Lin's evil-slaying sword, it would depend on whether she had the ability or not. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling light illuminated the entire world, and Lin hid in the turtle shell and was completely unharmed. Su Xiaolan murmured, "And Lin is so green!" The Moonlit Night Monarch's expression shifted. The Moonlit Night Monarch had been blasted flying for a very long time, and her aura was a little disordered, but she didn't sustain any injuries, and Lin didn't turn around and merely gave her a thumbs up. For extremely sharp moonlight slashes landed on the lush green turtle shell from different directions, and an extremely sharp screeching sound rang out. And Lin finally came to his senses and immediately stowed the evil-slaying sword away into his storage ring. Rather than worrying like this, he might as well put it back into his storage ring. It was like the most powerful spear piercing toward the most powerful shield with no regard for its own safety. The Moonlit Night Monarch's attack also fell at this moment, and Lin's body was enveloped by an extremely scorching ball of flames, and he transformed into a flaming war god. He was like a blazing sun piercing through the darkness of the divine Tao unleashed by the Moonlit Night Monarch. "Crack, you're very powerful, but you're still too weak for me." The Moonlit Night Monarch raised her proud head and stepped into the air, upon which her body instantly disappeared on the spot. Debai's brows perked up. He felt like this was a very interesting development. Sigh, and Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. Everyone. And Lin still couldn't dodge this attack. Spatial skipping. The evil-slaying sword was very touched, and it let loose a torrent of abuse. "Are you an idiot? You know she's going to take me from me. Hurry up and put me away." The crimson golden fist was imbued with explosive power, and the space in its wake twisted and warped as a powerful sense of pressure radiated from its fist, causing the air within a radius of several kilometers to liquefy. This evading turtle technique was the core spell technique that Lin had received from Tianqinji in the Fallen God Tomb. This was the spell technique that a Tao integration stage mighty figure of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe was most proud of. In the next instant, the Moonlit Night Monarch had already appeared before Lin, and her moonlight scythe slashed toward Lin's waist at an extremely terrifying speed. That's right, that was a turtle shell. If possible, he really didn't want to use this technique again. However, he really couldn't think of any other way to block the Moonlit Night Monarch's attack. The moonlit night monarch's brows furrowed as she felt like things were getting a little troublesome. His head and limbs instantly retracted into the turtle shell. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed as she felt like things were not as simple as they seemed. Her brows furrowed as she felt like something was amiss. An unprecedented sense of peril engulfed Lin's entire body, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Even the students who had fled into the distance were dumbstruck. The evil-slaying sword had once belonged to the Darkwing tribe, so who knew what would happen if it was left outside? For example, the moonlit night monarch might summon it back using some kind of mystic technique. The turtle shell was finally showing signs of cracking. Seeing as that's the case, I'll cripple you first. The moonlit night monarch's brows furrowed slightly as she gripped the air in front of her. Moonlight radiated from the night sky, and a long, pristine white scythe materialized in her hand. That's right, an extremely dazzling and rich green light burst forth from Lin's body. He possessed 6 divine flames and 1 holy flame, so he was extremely compatible with his fire god mode, thereby creating a 1+1 effect that was greater than 2. This had already become his most powerful self-detonation technique. Flames erupted forth. That was not the case. However, the power behind the moonlit night monarch's attack had also completely disappeared. Little Xie is one of my people, and Lin had tried this spell technique once before, and he was completely dumbstruck after witnessing its effect. He almost cursed at Tian Qinji from afar. The scythe sliced into Lin's arm, and blood splattered through the air. At first glance, it looked as if the two of them were evenly matched. This was the fearsomeness of a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage who had attained the power of the divine Tao. Spell techniques were ever-changing, and they were impossible to defend against. Furthermore, each and every one of them possessed the power to severely wound or even kill him. Find a chance to escape, I'll hold her off. And Lin roared to everyone behind him. And Lin let loose an enraged roar. Evil-slaying turtle. The moonlit night monarch ignored the fleeing students. Her target had always been the evil-slaying sword in Lin's storage ring, and this plan had not changed in the slightest. All of the students fell silent in that instant. They couldn't even complain. The turtle shell had blocked the moonlit night monarch's attack. F***CK. His entire arm had almost been sliced off by the scythe. The moonlit night monarch didn't pause in the slightest as she disappeared on the spot again. Chapter 1111. The moonlit night monarch, who had been split into 4, looked at Lin's turtle shell with furrowed brows. Her body became insubstantial, and her true body, wielding the moonlight scythe, reappeared. Ha! The mighty sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, the renowned Lord of Transcendence, is acting like a coward here. Moonlit night monarch mocked mercilessly, and Lin's hands, feet, and head had all retracted into his turtle shell, so he was naturally not going to be goaded into action. He charged toward the moonlit night monarch atop his turtle shell. That's right, the turtle shell that was glowing with a dazzling green light was spinning rapidly toward the woman in the black dress with an extremely powerful force. Moonlit night monarch. The woman extended a slender hand and pressed it down viciously onto the turtle shell. Mystic moon, divine palm. The full moon in the night sky cast down moonlight imbued with the power of true Een, which instantly materialized into a divine palm that fell from the sky before striking the rotating turtle shell. Boom! An earth-shattering force crashed the turtle shell into the ground, raising all of the mountains and forests within a radius of close to 10 kilometers to the ground. So hard. Moonlit night pursed her lips with rage as she looked down at the green turtle shell that had yet to be broken through. She was just about to unleash a more powerful spell technique to break through the annoying turtle shell when the spatial seal at the very edge of the turtle shell was shattered by 2 extremely powerful bursts of spatial power. The moonlit night monarch's expression shifted. Even though the spatial seal was only a barrier that she had set up casually, It was almost impossible for a return to Void's stage mighty figure to break through it without unleashing the power of the divine Tao. And Lin's team had such a powerful being hidden in their ranks. In the end, the moonlit night monarch had underestimated the power of the divine techniques that Tina had attained in the divine mirror world. After breaking through the spatial seal, the first thing everyone did was to call for help from Papa of the Celestial Court through voice transmission talismans. The moonlit night monarch wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. The only thing she could do now was to pick up the pace and snatch the evil-slaying sword from Enlin's hands. She turned toward Su Xiaolan and the others with a dangerous smile on her face. "You're not coming out to fight me? Very well. Then I'll start with your friend." How could an opponent who could only roll around like a turtle shell protect his teammates? The moonlit night monarch wanted to use this method to force Enlin out of his turtle shell and stop her at all costs. She believed that with Enlin's character, he would never abandon his friends. As expected, the green turtle shell began to tremble violently. However, to the moonlit night true monarch's surprise, the turtle shell didn't disappear. It only opened a hole, and then threw out an energy ball from the hole, whistling towards her. The turtle shell quickly fled into the distance. The moonlit night monarch was suddenly struck by a sense of boundless peril. That was the danger of death. True moon body protection. The moonlit night monarch unleashed her most powerful protective ability without any hesitation. The full moon in the sky disappeared and instantly appeared on her body, wrapping her body in the strongest full moon. The energy ball cracked. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly occurred. Rumble. The blue explosive energy engulfed everything in its surroundings. It was as violent as a tsunami, as vast as the ocean, and as limitless and endless. The domain of the divine Tao that the moonlit night monarch had unleashed was instantly pulverized by the terrifying energy imbued within the explosion. That's right, in the face of the moonlit night monarch's threat, Enlin didn't withdraw from his turtle shell state. Instead, he immediately tossed a deep-sea superbomb toward the moonlit night monarch. The deep-sea superbomb was an energy core formed from two high-density water veins that had been compressed for over 100,000 years, then fused with the power of the divine Tao of Lan Xingyang, one of the most powerful beings in the Spirit Fish clan. After being activated by Enlin, this item could unleash a full-force attack comparable to that of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. When he had delivered the gift, there was a note on the note that anyone who wasn't a Tao integration stage super mighty figure had to maintain a safe distance of 50 kilometers from this bomb. And Lin definitely wouldn't be able to maintain a safe distance of 50 kilometers, but his classmates could. In order to avoid harming innocent people, he had to get Su Xiaolan and the others to escape to a safe distance of 50 kilometers. What happened just now was the best opportunity. It wasn't an opportunity to surrender. Instead, it was an opportunity to launch an attack. Hence, Enlin didn't run away. Instead, he maintained his turtle shell state as he fled into the distance in order to defend himself against the terrifying shockwaves of the explosion. The terrifying power of the explosion rocked the heavens and tore through the heavens. Heaven and earth within a radius of over 50 kilometers was engulfed by the boundless energy. It engulfed the moonlit night monarch who was at the center of the explosion and also engulfed Enlin. Everything engulfed by the blue energy was pulverized. Not only that, but the area within a radius of over 250 kilometers was instantly transformed into a vast ocean. Enlin! All of the students were knocked flying by the shock waves of the explosion, and they yelled out Enlin's name. This explosion was far too terrifying, and they couldn't help but be concerned about Enlin's situation. Tears welled up in Su Xiaolan's eyes as she gripped the inky black turtle shell in front of her chest with a concerned expression. "You should have told me earlier. If you had told me you were going to use this weapon, I would have given you my Heavenly Star dark armor." And Lin had forgotten about this because he was too nervous. Otherwise, he would be invincible wherever he went with his Heavenly Star dark armor and deep-sea super bomb. The terrifying energy was still wreaking havoc in the distance. Heaven and earth within a radius of over 50 kilometers had been transformed into a vast ocean. Bai stared blankly at the ball of terrifying blue energy and murmured to himself, "Did Big Brother and blow up his large water ball? Why is it so terrifying? Woof." No, Giant and Lin once received a gift from Lan Xingyang, the leader of the Spirit Fish clan. It's called the Deep Sea Super Bomb. He must have used the Deep Sea Super Bomb just now, Tina explained. She was aware of this matter. Deep Sea Super Bomb? Dabai drew a sharp intake of breath as he looked at the boundless ocean before him. This is the first time I've seen a bomb that can create an ocean. Woof. Xianyuan Cheng's body trembled with excitement as a scorching light appeared in his eyes. It's perfect. The perfect fusion of the power of yin and yang was able to create such a smooth and harmonious explosion. Everyone's expressions darkened upon hearing this. What the hell was a smooth and harmonious explosion? The power of the ocean divine Tao gradually dissipated. There was a beautiful green light on the surface of the turbulent ocean. A figure lay on top of a cracked turtle shell, panting heavily as the waves rolled up and down. His white robe was in tatters, and his skin was either charred black or cracked, all of which were indicative of just how powerful that explosion had been. That was way too terrifying. Even though I was far away from the epicenter of the explosion and had unleashed my body of the war god and my evading turtle technique, I was still severely wounded. And Lin spoke with fear lingering in his heart. For a split second, he thought he was going to be killed by the explosion. He wondered if the moonlit night monarch hadn't been killed by the explosion. It couldn't be that not even a speck of her remained, right? And Lin turned toward the spot where the moonlit night monarch had been. Chapter 11:12. And Lin looked up at the spot where the moonlit night monarch had been standing. The sun shone on the boundless ocean. The water and the sky connected, and the mist dissipated. There was nothing there. "It's over," and Lin heaved a sigh of relief as a victorious smile appeared on his face. The moonlit night monarch was very powerful. From the fact that she was able to easily break through in Lin's divine body and force Lin to use his most powerful defensive divine ability, she was actually more powerful than the Dark Knight monarch, Palace leader Qingli Leiden and Chun Hao. It was a pity that she didn't even get a chance to display her true skills before Lin ruthlessly ended the entire game. "Little Xia, I fought the moonlit night monarch head-on just to stop you from leaving. Are you touched?" And Lin pulled out his evil-slaying sword with a smile. The evil-slaying sword didn't bicker with Lin this time. Instead, it merely replied with a cold and didn't deny Lin's question. And Lin knew that the evil-slaying sword's favorability toward him had definitely increased significantly. With this in mind, tears streamed down his face. Only he knew just how difficult it was to increase the evil-slaying sword's favorability toward him. He raised the evil-slaying sword high into the air and couldn't help but praise. "Ah, little Xia, your inky black sword is like the purest black under the sunlight. So pure that there isn't a single flaw on it. Your slender body is the most seductive body among all swords, and it dazzles me." The evil-slaying sword trembled upon hearing this, and it couldn't help but flare up in rage. "Are you trying to disgust me to death?" The touching atmosphere was instantly ruined by the insensitive Lin. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face, and he was just about to sheath his sword when a strong sense of danger welled up in his heart. "Be careful!" The evil-slaying sword also yelled at this moment. Whoosh! An extremely dazzling crescent moon erupted from the bottom of the ocean, slicing the entire ocean in half. Heaven and earth lost their luster, the ocean was displaced, and space was torn apart. The broken turtle shell that Lin was lying on was also cut open by the crescent moon that suddenly appeared. In the end, the white moonlight, which was imbued with a terrifying sharpness, fell upon Lin's evil-slaying sword arm, and the sound of flesh and bone being torn apart erupted. Amidst the spurting of blood, he saw an arm separated from the body fly into the sky, still holding a black longsword. An intense pain began to spread throughout his body. Ah! And Lin couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. His body suddenly jumped up, wanting to catch the arm that was flying into the sky. However, a black figure leaped out from the ocean at an even faster speed and snatched the evil-slaying sword from the severed arm. When Lin saw the figure that suddenly appeared, he suddenly came to a realization. The moonlit night monarch was still alive. She actually survived after taking a deep-sea super bomb. Not only that, the first thing that came to her mind after she was injured was not to escape, but to use the opportunity to sink to the bottom of the sea, hide her aura, and wait for the opportunity to launch the most fatal attack. This enemy was too terrifying. The moonlit night monarch's black dress was in tatters, and there were many wounds all over her body. Not only that, but she was also missing an arm and a leg. Her voluptuous wings were charred black, and her once perfect body had been reduced to an extremely wretched state. Blood, mixed with seawater, flowed from her body. "I've won." The moonlit night monarch's voice was gentle as she looked down at Lin with her sword in hand. Her eyes were as gentle as the moon, and even though she had been severely injured, there was not a single trace of panic in her eyes. "Is that so?" Black mist began to revolve around Lin's body as his aura climbed steadily. Origin energy of the netherworld. The moonlit night monarch's expression darkened slightly as she sensed this astonishing aura. She didn't think that Lin would still be able to unleash a mystic technique even after being so severely injured. A dazzling golden light appeared in Lin's palm, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged violently before transforming into golden particles of light that converged in his palm. This was one of Lin's trump cards, the god of war heaven blasting cannon. The moonlit night monarch could sense that she had been locked onto, and she raised her evil-slaying sword high into the air as she forced herself to take a deep breath. At a time like this, the best course of action was to forcefully interrupt her opponent's technique. Evil sword technique. Dark Ceiling Monarch. A clear cry sounded. Whoosh, an illusory, yet imposing black shadow appeared behind the woman. She slashed her evil-slaying sword toward Lin. A vast sword might transformed into an inky black canopy that descended upon Lin, imbued with an extremely powerful sealing power. And Lin's body trembled uncontrollably at the sight of this powerful sword technique. F***CK. I can't dodge this. This B***TCH's attack is far too fast, giving him no chance to prepare his god of war heaven blasting cannon. At this critical juncture, a familiar white light flashed in the air. A petite figure suddenly appeared, and she raised her hands toward the inky black canopy. Divine technique, energy source swap. A white halo of light suddenly appeared, enshrouding her and Lin, forming an extremely powerful barrier that resisted the overwhelming power. Rumble, the space around them tremored violently. All of the dark energy that entered the white halo of light transformed into a gentle and harmless energy that filled the entire white halo of light. And Lin discovered that there was even more energy within the white halo of light that he could use, and it flowed relentlessly into the spell technique of the god of war heaven blasting cannon. He was astonished. Was she disintegrating the energy imbued within the moonlit night monarch's technique before converting it into her own energy? That was way too terrifying. The moonlit night monarch's expression shifted slightly upon seeing this, and she immediately spread open her wings and fled into the distance. She was severely injured and could only unleash less than 50% of her power, so she was in no position to engage them in battle. Hence, she was extremely decisive in her escape. However, right at this moment, an extremely scorching aura suddenly erupted from up ahead. The clear cry of a vermilion bird erupted into the heavens. A white holy flame slashed through the air, and it was as if a vermilion bird had descended upon the world as it hurtled toward the moonlit night monarch. Su Xiaolan had also sprung into action, and Lin was the one who had injured her. So how could she allow him to escape so easily? This sword strike was not weak, and the moonlit night monarch couldn't ignore it. She had no choice but to falter and slash the powerful holy flame vermilion bird in half with her sword. However, it was also during this crucial moment that she faltered. Boom! An extremely dazzling golden light erupted into the sky with earth-shattering power. And Lin stood atop his turtle shell and let loose an almighty roar as he unleashed his god of war heaven blasting cannon. Kamehameha technique. The earth-shattering energy cannon obliterated everything in its path with an unstoppable force. The moonlit night monarch was just about to unleash a spell technique when boundless grief suddenly welled up in her heart, and tears welled up in her eyes. At the same time, her lower abdomen began to throb with intense pain, and she was struck by an extremely strong sense of diarrhea. Not only was her upper abdomen wet, but her lower abdomen was also wet. The sudden and strange impact caused her reaction to slow down for a moment. It was during this instant that the moonlit night monarch missed the best opportunity to react, and her body was engulfed by the terrifying god of war heaven blasting cannon. Chapter 11:13. The golden pillar of light from the god of war heaven blasting cannon extended into infinity and beyond, as if it were going to pierce through the entire heavens. Tina and Su Xiaolan could also clearly sense just how terrifying this attack was. After all, the god of war heaven blasting cannon was a spell technique that could blast a return to void intermediate stage mighty figure into smithereens, so it should have no problem dealing with a severely wounded mighty figure at the return to void pinnacle stage. Sure enough, an inky black sword fell from the sky. The golden light gradually dissipated. A heavily wounded woman with black feathers fell from the sky, accompanied by a few fluttering black feathers in the air. She looked like a deity that had fallen into the mortal world. And Lin was also completely exhausted, and he panted heavily as he lay on his turtle shell. He swallowed a 7th-grade immortal pill to replenish his energy and blood. Su Xiaolan retrieved her evil-slaying sword. Meanwhile, Tina charged toward the moonlit night monarch and slashed her heart lotus ice sword toward the moonlit night monarch, intending to finish her off. The moonlit night monarch suddenly opened her eyes, and she crushed a spherical object with 4 pairs of wings in her hand. A black energy barrier instantly enshrouded her body. Tina's sword strike struck the black energy barrier, but it was unable to even leave a single scratch on it. Everyone's expressions shifted. They didn't think that the moonlit night monarch would still be able to put up such a tough fight, and Lin was extremely depressed. He was already lying on the ground, but the moonlit night monarch was still able to fight? Was this woman a cockroach? Within the black ball, the moonlit night monarch stared intently at the evil-slaying sword in Su Xiaolan's hand. A chill ran down Su Xiaolan's spine, and she gripped the black armor on her chest tightly. Just as everyone thought that another vicious battle was about to erupt, the moonlit night monarch's black ball suddenly tore through space and disappeared into a spatial passageway. Tina's mouth gaped open with incredulity. She escaped? Su Xiaolan heaved a heavy sigh of relief as she held tightly onto her evil-slaying sword. That black ball is most likely the moonlit night monarch's life-saving trump card. She was actually forced into a corner, Su Xiaolan sighed with emotion. The moonlit night monarch's final unwilling gaze was quite terrifying. Although the enemy had run away, everyone still did not let down their guard. They were on guard against the enemy's return. And Lin, are you all right? Su Xiaolan flew toward Lin and picked up his severed arm. I'm fine. And Lin forced a smile onto his face. He had already taken an immortal pill, so his condition was stabilized for now. At this moment, everyone flew toward Lin with concern on their faces. Luo Zipping, Miao Tian, and the other lackeys all gathered around. Apart from worry, there was also a hint of reverence and fervor in their eyes. Their classmate had just chased away the renowned monarch of the Darkwing tribe right in front of them. How could they not be excited to witness such a legendary event? Can you reattach it? Su Xiaolan turned to look at Tina. Aside from being proficient in spatial spell techniques, Tina was also extremely proficient in healing. No problem, leave it to me. Tina patted her little chest and lifted Enlin's arm. Then she flew over to him and began to stitch up the severed limb. In this world, it was not unusual for severed limbs to regrow, let alone reattaching a severed limb. Enlin didn't get to experience the feeling of being a one-armed hero for long before his left arm was reattached. The next step was to lie on the coffin and recover. Ka-cha! The sound of space cracking could be heard. Everyone's heart jolted with shock, thinking that the moonlit night monarch was making a comeback. They all gathered around Enlin and drew their weapons as they stared at the spatial rift with hostile expressions. A cold-faced man in a purple imperial robe walked out. He was slightly taken aback when he saw the people pulling out their weapons and glaring at him with hostility. Everyone was also slightly taken aback. They didn't think that Emperor Ziwei would be here. A heavy silence ensued. Emperor Ziwei turned to Enlin and broke the silence in a friendly manner. Enlin is dead. Everyone. Enlin, the system god of war heaven-blasting cannon mission, had been completed and had disappeared. But Enlin was 100% sure that Emperor Ziwei was still on the list of people who hated him to the core. He's not dead. He's still recovering, Enlin replied with difficulty. Emperor Ziwei nodded in praise. As expected of the small war god of the celestial court, even the moonlit night monarch was defeated by you. You've grown very quickly. He looked around at everyone and only unleashed a mystic technique to search for the moonlit night monarch's escape route. Unfortunately, Emperor Ziwei's brows furrowed deeply after searching through the area. Strange. Why can't there be any spatial trajectories or energy fluctuations? Could it be an extremely high-level escape tool? Emperor Ziwei's eyes flashed as he carefully surveyed his surroundings, but he couldn't find any traces of the enemy's escape route. This was a little awkward. He couldn't just come here to ask if Enlin was dead or not, could he? He had to do something to make sure he didn't feel awkward. Emperor Ziwei made his way over to Enlin with a smile on his face. Long time no see, Mr. Enlin. Long time no see, Senior Ziwei. Enlin also greeted him with a smile, but he was cursing in his heart. Ziwei, you bastard! Give me back my inheritance. Ziwei replied with a nonchalant expression. The moonlit night monarch must have a strong motive for her sudden attack. Did she say anything to you? Enlin shook his head. She didn't say anything. She just said that the evil-slaying sword belongs to the Darkwing tribe and that she wants it back. Senior Ziwei, do you know anything about the evil-slaying sword? Now that he thought about it, the evil-slaying sword was a weapon that Emperor Ziwei had left on Earth to nurture. Based on this situation, Emperor Ziwei was the previous owner of the evil-slaying sword. Emperor Ziwei replied honestly, I don't know what the evil-slaying sword is either. I stole it from a Darkwing monarch I killed. All I know is that it's an immortal tool at the pinnacle of the immortal stage, but it's missing something, so it hasn't been upgraded to a divine tool. I thought it couldn't become an artifact because it lacked a powerful sword spirit. That's why I left it on Earth to tame and nurture it. Who would have thought that the Darkwing tribe would risk antagonizing Her Majesty Niwa in order to take it back? Emperor Ziwei stared at the evil-slaying sword in Su Xiaolan's hand with a thoughtful expression. Now that I think about it, the evil-slaying sword is even more important to the Darkwing tribe than I had imagined. It seemed to have sensed Emperor Ziwei's gaze. The evil-slaying sword trembled lightly before flying from Su Xiaolan's hand to Enlin's side. Everyone faltered upon seeing this. This was the first time that Enlin had experienced the evil-slaying sword's reliance and trust, and he was extremely touched. Little Xie, you really are... Shut up! Let me calm down. The evil-slaying sword's cold and proud voice sounded. This was the first time that Enlin had heard the evil-slaying sword speak in such a humane manner. Emperor Ziwei didn't take offense. Instead, a warm smile appeared on his face. Mr. Enlin, I haven't received a reward for your outstanding performance at the Immortal Spirit Tower, so I've prepared a reward for you, and Lin's body trembled. Chapter 11:14. My God, what did I just hear? Emperor Ziwei wants to give me a reward? Why would he be so kind? It's not an iron fist of love, is it? And Lin was astonished. Emperor Ziwei's chest constricted at the sight of Enlin's astonished expression. What? You're not happy that I'm giving you a reward? No, I'm just happy. And Lin forced a fake smile onto his face. When the reward that he had been longing for suddenly arrived, he felt like he was in a dream. He kept wondering if this was a scam. After all, he had obtained this reward by beating up Emperor Ziwei. And Lin's name seemed to have first spread across the Celestial Court and even across the entire Tai Chu continent after beating up Emperor Ziwei. A Tao integration stage true god was beaten up by a soul formation stage cultivator. Even though this was quite a special event in the Immortal Spirit Tower, it was still quite an unheard of event. Perhaps Emperor Ziwei had stabbed Enlin in the back several times already. After all, the system wouldn't lie to him. Emperor Ziwei took a glance at Enlin's fake smile. It was so obvious that it was a fake smile. Was this a taunt? Or was this a provocation? He didn't want to give Enlin a reward, but he had accomplished nothing here, so it would be quite embarrassing for him to give Enlin a reward. Not only would that alleviate the awkwardness, but it would also help him build up his image. Emperor Ziwei paused momentarily before deciding to ignore Enlin's fake smile. He extended a hand, and a ball of white light appeared in his palm. I have the title of Master of all stars, Grand Master of all creations, Master of heaven and earth, and have mastered thousands upon thousands of immortal skills. However, the one I am most proud of is still the star deduction art. I can pass on this core legacy to you. Of course, the star divination technique is very dependent on talent. How much you can attain will be up to you. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. Even Enlin was dumbstruck. This inheritance. What an extravagant gift. The star divination technique could be said to be one of Emperor Ziwei's core inheritances. This was a precious gift that countless mighty figures could only dream of receiving. Even if he didn't have much talent, learning some superficial knowledge would be extremely useful. Emperor Ziwei was very pleased with everyone's expressions, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Don't get too worked up just yet. I still have a second option, which is to give you a second-grade immortal pill. This is extremely beneficial to your cultivation. A second-grade immortal pill would cost at least 1,000,000 spirit stones, and even a few million spirit stones. Miao Tian, Zhong Yongyan, and the others were all dumbstruck upon hearing these rewards. Were they really living in the same world as Enlin? It was like a person who had just finished carrying bricks and suddenly saw two people chatting. Someone said indifferently, I'll teach you the 18 dragons subduing palms, or I'll give you 1 billion. Choose one. The other person was vexed and didn't know what to choose, flipped the table. What did I do wrong? Why do I have to watch this? He didn't care what the students were thinking. And Lin would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted by Emperor Ziwei's two choices. One was a spell technique inheritance, while the other was a material reward. This was an extremely difficult choice to make. First of all, Emperor Ziwei's star divination technique wasn't guaranteed to be obtained. It also depended on one's comprehension ability. If one's comprehension ability wasn't good enough, then they could only do a few blind, fortune-telling, and fool idiots. Furthermore, Enlin's divine simulation technique was also an extremely powerful divination technique. Even though it came with a price, it was extremely bad *SS. The two techniques actually conflicted with one another. If he chose an immortal pill, then it would be more practical. No one would complain about having too many immortal pills. However, Filthy Tycoon and Lin didn't lack money at the moment, so he could buy any immortal pills he wanted. There were countless opportunities to buy immortal pills, but there was only one chance for Emperor Ziwei to make a move. Thus, Enlin uttered a sentence that no one had expected. Enlin, Emperor Ziwei, I don't want either of the two options. Everyone was dumbstruck, wondering if they had heard incorrectly. King thought about it for so long, only to say you don't want it? Emperor Ziwei was also dumbstruck. What did you say? Su Xiaolan spoke in a panicked voice. Enlin, calm down. It would be a waste if you didn't want this. Don't tell me that your brain was blown up by the super deep water bomb you tossed at us. This was a reasonable speculation, and Lin's lips twitched as he explained. I'm not saying that I don't want either of the two options. I just want to ask if Emperor Ziwei can change the reward. I want Emperor Ziwei to do me a favor. Emperor Ziwei's interest was piqued. Oh, tell me, what do you want me to help you with? And Lin smiled. I know. You have a renowned identity as the #1 tool refinement master of the Celestial Court. Am I right? Emperor Ziwei nodded with an indifferent expression. That's right. I want you to forge a divine tool for me, and Lin said in a straightforward manner. Emperor Ziwei's face convulsed. What? Of course, I'll provide the materials myself. All you need to do is help me forge it, and Lin added. Emperor Ziwei came to his senses upon hearing this. He had almost been scared senseless by Enlin. He didn't want an immortal pill, but King divine tool? Did he really think he was an idiot? Thankfully, he said he had to provide the materials himself, which made sense. It would only cost around a few million spirit stones to forge the divine tool, which was within an acceptable range. However, his pupils soon contracted in shock. You've already gathered the materials to forge a divine tool? That's a lot of divine tier items. Divine tier items were extremely precious, and even Dao integration stage super mighty figures would drool over them. A soul formation stage cultivator had gathered enough materials to forge a divine tool? This sent waves of shock surging through Emperor Ziwei's heart. And Lin was so young, but he was way too frightening. Not only was Emperor Ziwei astonished, but all of the students aside from Xiaolan were also dumbstruck. Immortal tools were already very powerful, but now they were talking about a legendary divine tool. Those were treasures that were revered as sect treasures even among the 4 great sects of the Kingdom of the 9 States. And Lin smiled. I'll bring out the divine tier items for you to see right now. His storage ring flashed as he spoke, and one divine tier item after another appeared, all of which were exuding extremely powerful energy fluctuations. Golden Sun Chaos Stone, Sea Essence Vital Tree, Deceased Emperor Bone, Ascension Tier, Heaven and Earth Jade Pendant, Sea Heartstone. Emperor Ziwei's expression became a little dazed as he stared at the divine tier items before him. After a short pause, he couldn't help but touch the divine tier items before him with an entranced expression. What pure divine tier items! I can sense an aura of age from them, but they're extremely intact. They must have been kept very well, right? And Lin nodded. These were divine tier items that the high priests of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe and the Spirit Fish Clan had collected for countless years, and they had been carefully stored in the tomb this entire time. Not only that, but they had also been nurtured in a special way, so they were naturally pure. Emperor Ziwei, what kind of divine tool do you think we can forge with these divine tier items? And Lin asked curiously. Let me have a look first. Emperor Ziwei eagerly touched the divine tier items. Chapter 11:15. Oh, this is amazing, this texture. So hard, so thick, and it's so long. Is this condensed water? It's imbued with such terrifying true intent of the ocean. Is this a tear? A sense of sorrow welled up in my heart. Emperor Ziwei analyzed the divine objects that Enlin had summoned, and his face was flushed with excitement. That's right. These divine objects were so precious that even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure would become excited. Emperor Ziwei held the golden chaos stone in his hand. This is a metal type, yang type, divine object. It can be refined and molded as the main body of a divine tool. He then turned to the dead emperor's bone. This bone is the essential Tao bone of the West Sea Dead Emperor, right? It's imbued with extremely powerful death, intent realm, and essential power of death. It can be used as the Tao realm and sharpness of a weapon. As for that tear, it's a water-type divine object and can be used as the core of a divine tool. The tear of emotion is a heartless object, and it can elevate the divine tool into a heartless weapon. Sea Essence Vital Wood is a divine object constructed from the three elements of wood, fire, and lightning. It can be used to guide and amplify one's power. Emperor Ziwei turned to the blue, rectangular rock before him. This is a vastly renowned divine object, the Sea Heart Stone. It's a crystallization of the power of the earth and the ocean. It's a top-tier container for nurturing weapons, and it can be used as a cultivation medium for divine tools, and Lin was more and more astonished as he listened. As expected of the number one tool, refinement master of the celestial court, Emperor Ziwei was able to identify the essence of all these divine objects after analyzing them. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning. Emperor Ziwei turned to Enlin with a peculiar expression. I don't know if I'm mistaken, but I feel like these things are very suitable for you. What a coincidence! And Lin was dumbstruck. He really hadn't thought about this before. Now that he thought about it, these divine objects couldn't be tailor-made for him, could they? Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. And Lin repressed his urge to give a perfunctory reply. Emperor Ziwei held a black and white jade pendant in his hand, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. This thing gives people a very mysterious feeling. I can't understand it. And Lin's expression turned cold when he saw this. Emperor Ziwei was holding the jade pendant of heaven and earth in his hand. This was a divine item that Enlin had obtained after slaying the power left behind by the ancient heavenly fiend celestial. Who would have thought that even the number one tool refinement master of the celestial court would be unable to decipher it? And Lin thought back to the information he had obtained using his divine inspection technique and explained. The white of this jade pendant represents the sky and the black as the earth. It's extremely profound and exquisite, and one can fuse a myriad of transformations into the jade pendant. Emperor Ziwei's hands trembled involuntarily as he held the jade pendant. This is actually a Tao vessel divine object. His expression changed as he looked at the jade pendant in his hand in shock. What's a Tao vessel divine object? And Lin was slightly puzzled. He had only been cultivating for a few years. Strictly speaking, he was still a novice cultivator. He had never heard of such a term before. Emperor Ziwei explained, Tao vessel divine objects are extremely rare even among divine objects. It's said that they can perfectly fuse with the user's divine Tao and unleash the true power of Tao. Not only that, but the divine tool would also possess a divine nature with it, and its potential for growth would be infinitely expanded. And Lin and his friends were all dumbstruck. This item sounded extremely bad, assess. And Lin felt like his trip to the tomb had been extremely rewarding. Treasures, battleships, inheritances. He felt like he had instantly reached the pinnacle of his life. Emperor Ziwei was extremely excited. Mr. Lin, you've made the wisest choice by asking me to forge this divine tool for you. In the entire celestial court, only I have the ability to forge this divine tool. Emperor Ziwei's hands were starting to itch. I feel like this divine tool will become an intermediate rank divine tool once it's forged, or perhaps even higher. Emperor Ziwei was very excited, and a peculiar flush had appeared on his cold and stern face. Emperor Ziwei, you're willing to forge this divine tool for me? And Lin asked, I'm willing. Emperor Ziwei replied in a resolute voice. And Lin, then the price. It's free. Emperor Ziwei waved a hand, and Lin was extremely elated, and he clapped his hands together. It's a deal. The matter of the divine tool had finally been settled. If a normal immortal wanted to ask Emperor Ziwei to forge a spirit tool for them, Emperor Ziwei wouldn't even bother with them. However, the opportunity to forge a divine tool was extremely rare, and each opportunity was extremely precious. This was an extremely rare experience for Emperor Ziwei. So why wouldn't he go through with it? Senior Ziwei, you won't accidentally damage the divine tool and mess up the forging process, will you? And Lin was suddenly a little worried at the sight of Emperor Ziwei's smile. Emperor Ziwei's expression darkened. Are you questioning the skills of the number 1 tool refinement master of the Celestial Court? I wouldn't dare. And Lin hurriedly replied. Currently, Emperor Ziwei was the only one in the entire Celestial Court who could forge a divine tool for him. Apparently, all of the divine tools of the emperors, including the Celestial Arch, had been forged by him. His reputation and skills were definitely above average. The Celestial Court was also very rich. Dao integration stage, super mighty figures like the Divine Bat Emperor were so poor that they couldn't even afford a divine tool. However, all of the emperors of the Celestial Court already had a divine tool. After summarizing the divine tools you've given me, there are a few options for forging a divine tool. The first is a divine cauldron of yin and yang, the second is a divine sword of slaughter, and the third is a dagger of sure kill. What type of divine tool do you want to forge? Emperor Ziwei asked, and Lin thought for a long time. I'm a super bad *SS sword immortal, so I should forge a divine sword. But I already have little Xia, and I'm a very loyal person, so I'll pass on a divine sword. The evil sling's sword shuddered lightly in his storage ring. A divine cauldron doesn't look cool enough. Let's forge a dagger. And Lin made the final decision. Just like that, and Lin decided on the category of the divine tool. Emperor Ziwei and Lin established a contract of trust. This was a contract that restricted the blacksmith's integrity. Any violation of this contract would result in a backlash to the blacksmith's Dao heart, and it could effectively prevent the blacksmith from skimping on materials. As an emperor, Emperor Ziwei couldn't be bothered to establish a contract like this. However, divine tools were different. They were items that even Dao integration stage super mighty figures coveted. So it was only right to be cautious. Thus, the two of them established a contract of trust. Thus, everything was taken care of. Emperor Ziwei bade farewell to Lin and the others before returning to the Celestial Court with the divine tools in his hands. Su Xiaolan and the others also carried Lin's coffin back to Xiao Chao's wedding. Who would have thought that classmate Lin would have already prepared a divine tool while we were still worrying about immortal tools? Xianyuan Cheng was genuinely envious. Class captain, we're still worrying about spirit tools. Miao Tian clutched her glass heart that was about to shatter. She had clearly been dealt quite a heavy blow. Big Brother and really is invincible. He already has a divine tool at such a young age. Who will be able to stop him in the future? Luo Zipping also sighed with emotion, and Lin lay on the coffin and listened to everyone's envious and exclamations. But his heart was as calm as still water. He would be invincible with a divine tool? No, this was only a prerequisite for him to progress to the return to void stage. Chapter 11:16. The clown elder of the 4-9 Immortal sect was going to hold a wedding. This was another grand occasion for the cultivation world. During this period of time, the 4-9 Immortal sect was the center of attention. After arriving at the 4-9 Immortal sect, and Lin's body was still injured, but he was already able to get out of his coffin. On the day of the wedding, countless immortals from all over the world had arrived. A series of ferocious mutant beasts lay on the ground like docile sheep. The rules of the 4-9 Immortal sect prohibited loud noises. Within the Kingdom of the 9 States, the Celestial Court, the 3 super immortal sects, the 9 Imperials, and most of the first-rate sects all sent representatives to congratulate them. Not only within the Kingdom of the 9 States, but many powerful forces on the Taichu continent, such as the creation realm, the Western Paradise, and the Garden of Eden, also sent representatives to congratulate them. Even though this wedding wasn't as important as the grand opening of the sect, and the sect leader didn't come in person, all of the gifts arrived on time. As long as the gifts were here, that was enough. A wide smile blossomed on Lin's face as he looked at the endless stream of gifts. The entire sect was in a festive mood. Bai Yao's mother, Bai Muyu, also came to congratulate them with the White Fox tribe. This was the third time she had attended her daughter's wedding, and it felt different every time. Sect leader, there's a very special guest at the gate. He doesn't have an invitation, but he says that you definitely know him. Chu Ming, who was responsible for receiving guests, bowed to Lin. No invitation? I know him. Don't tell me he's some random guy. Have you identified him? And Lin's brows furrowed. Chu Ming nodded. I've already identified him. He tipped me 10,000 spirit stones right off the bat. And Lin nodded. Good. I'll go have a look. Outside the gate of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, a black-robed man with his face obscured stood silently on the spot. He raised his head and looked at the 4 golden words. A gust of wind blew past, and as his black robe fluttered, his slightly thin figure could be seen. Tang Shimin, who was responsible for receiving guests, looked at the black-robed man with a nervous expression. However, no matter how hard he stared, the black-robed man seemed to be separated by a layer of mist, completely unable to see his face. This is definitely a big shot who doesn't want to reveal his identity. I won't disturb him. Tang Shimin cowered and turned to receive the other guests. Are you the one who wanted to see me? And Lin walked to the door and looked at the black-robed man in front of him warily. Even with his powerful divine sense, he was unable to see through the layer of mist. The other party was either extremely powerful or had used an extremely powerful artifact to conceal their identity. The black-robed man nodded, then raised his head, tilted his head, and asked in a hoarse voice, sect leader and Lin, "Guess who I am?" And Lin rolled his eyes. Don't play this game with me. You're wasting my time. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy. The black-robed man crossed his hands in front of him and twisted his body. He said in a hoarse voice, "How can you talk to me like that? Can't your attitude be better?" When Lin saw this scene, goosebumps erupted all over his body. Was this person throwing a tantrum at him? Was he a freak? An expression of disgust and disdain finally appeared on Lin's face. The black-robed man couldn't hold back any longer, and he immediately dispersed the mist. A pair of emerald blue eyes and a set of extremely intricate features suddenly appeared. "Big Boss and Lin, you're going too far," a clear, pleasant voice sounded. And Lin faltered upon hearing this. If the black-robed man had done that to a man, it would indeed have been very disgusting. However, it was very normal for a woman to do that. No, that wasn't the point. The point was, "Underling Lan, why are you here?" And Lin exclaimed, "Huh, are you surprised?" Lan Xiaoni clasped her hands behind her back and leaned forward to look the man before her with a smile on her face. And Lin took a deep breath before asking in a quiet voice, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you that I had to keep my relationship with the Spirit Fish clan a secret?" Lan Xiaoni pouted. "That's why I came here with my face hidden. My father told me that you used up your deep-sea super bomb. So he asked me to give you a present. Also, for what I did to Xiao Chou and Bai Yao, I want to come here in person to apologize to them as well as to give them a gift." Lan Xiaoni bit down on her lower lip as she spoke, and she stared at Lin with determination in her eyes. It was quite clear that she had made up her mind, and Lin faltered upon hearing this. The high and mighty mermaid princess, a timid and willful woman, had mustered up the courage to come here and apologize, and Lin was a little touched by this. His underling Lan seemed to have matured a little. "All right, you can go back into the sect and continue to disguise yourself. I'll introduce you to everyone at our sect gathering tomorrow." After all, you're my underling, so you're also a member of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, and Lin said with a smile. A smile appeared on Lan Xiaoni's face as she nodded. All right, a member of the 4-9 Immortal Sect? She didn't know why, but after hearing this, she felt a sense of belonging in her heart. By the way, Big Boss and Lin, my father told me to give this deep-sea super bomb to you. Due to the limited materials available, the deep-sea super bomb won't be able to be manufactured in a short time. This deep-sea super bomb is also imbued with the power of the divine Tao and can kill return to void final stage mighty figures. All right, thank you. I'll be taking it. And Lin accepted the bomb without any hesitation. As for being able to kill return to void final stage mighty figures, he definitely wasn't going to believe that. He would just treat it as a boast. After all, the Moonlit Night Monarch was a return to void final stage mighty figure. Even the deep-sea super bomb couldn't kill her. So how could the deep-sea super bomb possibly kill her? The two of them chatted for a while longer. Lan Xiaoni snuck into the sect within Lin. After entering the sect, she was able to do as she pleased. She walked and stopped along the way as she curiously toured around Big Boss sect to see what it was like. Perhaps it was because of Lin's words, but Lan Xiaoni felt a sense of closeness toward the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Everything she saw was pleasing to the eye, and even the ordinary-looking Tang Shimin was quite handsome. Beside the lake, she discovered a vibrant red flower singing. The song was very pleasant, but she didn't know what language it was singing in, and it was very unfamiliar to her. There was a huge dog and a white wolf chasing after each other, and they seemed to be playing some kind of game with a fluffy white snowball on their heads. She also saw the little fairy and the little butterfly that she had seen before. Lan Xiaoni continued onward along the bluestone path, and a joyful smile appeared on her face at the sights and sights she saw along the way. Before she knew it, she had arrived at a Dao Plaza. The Dao Plaza was very spacious, and there was an extremely beautiful woman in a jade dress performing a sword dance. Lan Xiaoni was a little entranced. At the same time, she really wanted to know who that woman was. Chapter 1117. Lan Xiaoni's understanding of the 4-9 Immortal Sect was limited to the descriptions on the news. I heard that there's a sword pavilion in the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Could she be the pavilion lord of the sword pavilion, Lu Qianhuan? Lan Xiaoni cocked her head to the side as she murmured to herself. She was using a special tool to conceal herself, so no one would be able to detect her presence. It was exactly because of this that she snuck a little closer. No, Lu Qianhuan is said to be quite a lively woman, and her clothes are a little weird too. Why would she wear such formal clothes? Lan Xiaoni finally eliminated one of the possibilities. She must be one of the 4 beauties of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Lu Qianhuan has been eliminated, so she can only be Bai Ling from the Purple Star Pavilion, Su Xiaolan from the Flame Pavilion, or Su Qianyun from the Moon Pavilion. Lan Xiaoni's gossipy heart was burning with excitement, and she began to eliminate the possibilities. I heard that Bai Ling is a big sister in a flowing white dress. I heard that Su Qianyun doesn't use swords, so she's most likely. The mermaid princess heart rate began to accelerate, and a peculiar look appeared in her eyes as she stared at the woman in the jade dress. At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly sounded from beside her. Big sister, why are you hiding behind the tree? Ah. Lan Xiaoni was just focusing her attention on the woman when a voice suddenly sounded beside her, giving her a massive fright. When he took a closer look, he discovered that there was a pretty little girl standing beside him. The little girl was extremely adorable, but she was also given a fright by Lan Xiaoni's scream, and her features paled slightly as she stumbled back a few steps. How did you see me here? Lan Xiaoni was still in a state of shock. How did I see you here? The little girl cocked her head to the side. I saw you with my eyes. Lan Xiaoni! Lan Xiaoni was at a loss for words as she looked into the little girl's clear eyes. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful sense of peril suddenly erupted from behind her. The immortal sword tore through the air before hurtling toward her like a bolt of lightning. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted drastically, and she immediately summoned her white ball as a shield. The green figure instantly appeared before her before grabbing the little girl with one hand and stabbing the white ball with the other. Rumble! The thunder and fire dual blades collided with the white ball, resulting in a deafening explosion. The impact of the energy even caused the ground, which had been reinforced by the array formation, to crack. Lan Xiaoni felt an overwhelming power sweep toward her, and her body was sent flying backward. "Who the hell are you? How dare you trespass into the sect's forbidden area?" The green-robed woman shouted. This woman was none other than Su Xiaolan of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Guests were prohibited from entering the 4-9 Immortal Sect's Dao Plaza, and a black-robed man who was concealing his aura was extremely suspicious. She naturally wasn't going to stand by and do nothing. Lan Xiaoni panicked after being forced back by Su Xiaolan's sword strike, and she immediately turned to flee into the distance. "Don't even think about getting away." Su Xiaolan spread her holy flame wings and chased after them. The two of them exchanged a few blows in midair, and Lan Xiaoni was on the back foot this entire time, unable to escape. A pillar of flames descended from the sky and struck the flying black-robed woman, causing her to fall to the ground. Their battle alerted the 4-9 Immortal Sect cultivators, and Lin was the first to arrive at the scene. He was completely dumbstruck by the sight of Su Xiaolan pressing her dragon sparrow sword against Lan Xiaoni's neck. What's going on here? The main empress has captured her underling? What kind of explosive news is this? And Lin, come here. I've captured an enemy spy. Su Xiaolan made a logical deduction, but her dragon sparrow sword was still pressed against Lan Xiaoni's snowy white neck, as if she was going to end this woman's life at any moment. Lan Xiaoni had already given up on resisting, and she turned to Enlin with a pitiable expression on her face. There was a look of guilt and indignation on her face for having been exposed in advance. And Lin's head was about to explode upon seeing this. "Spare her, Xiaolan." And Lin finally extended Air Kang's hand and yelled. Su Xiaolan turned to look at Enlin with furrowed brows. "You know her." Lan Xiaoni's mouth gaped open, and she was just about to yell out, "Big boss," but she swallowed the words in the end. She didn't know if doing so would create more trouble for Enlin, so she decided to let Enlin handle the situation for safety reasons. However, what else could Enlin do? He could only muster up his courage. "Xiaolan, put down your sword first. This is all a misunderstanding. This is the woman I mentioned to you before, Lan Xiaoni of the Spirit Fish Clan of the West Sea." Su Xiaolan murmured, "She's Lan Xiaoni?" She turned to look at the black-robed woman on the ground. She had exquisite features, bright blue eyes, and was trying her best to maintain her composure. But in reality, it was very easy to see that she was scared and timid. She was indeed a top-notch beauty. Lan Xiaoni could sense an extremely powerful aura emanating from Su Xiaolan's body, and a sharp light flashed through her eyes. Her body shuddered involuntarily, and she lowered her head like a little child who had done something wrong. At this moment, Dabai, Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyun, and the other 4-9 Immortal Sect members also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Su Xiaolan withdrew her long sword and extended a hand with a smile on her face. So it was all a misunderstanding. "Ms. Lan Xiaoni, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. I really want to thank you for everything you've done for my Enlin." Lan Xiaoni nodded blankly before grabbing onto Xiaolan's hand and standing up. "Hello, you're Ms. Su Xiaolan, right? I've heard a lot about you." Lan Xiaoni extended a friendly greeting. Dabai, Xianyuan Cheng, and the others were greeted by the sight of Su Xiaolan and Lan Xiaoni happily shaking hands and chatting with one another. Seeing as the other members of the 4-9 Immortal Sect had arrived, and Lin gave them a recount of what had happened. And so on and so on and so on. Everyone was already aware of Lan Xiaoni, and they didn't have any vendettas with her, so they quickly accepted her and introduced her to one another. Lan Xiaoni was a little overwhelmed by everyone's warm welcome. Due to the fact that she had been kidnapped, she had already mentally prepared herself to be treated coldly and even insulted. However, she didn't think that the treatment she would receive would be so different from what she had imagined. With this in mind, tears welled up in the mermaid princess' eyes, and she was moved to the point where she burst into tears again. Su Xiaolan didn't know whether to laugh or cry upon seeing this. She made her way over to Enlin and gestured to the sobbing Lan Xiaoni with her chin. Has she always been like this? Does she cry at the drop of a hat? Enlin nodded with emotion. That's right. She's very timid, and she doesn't cry much. Even so, she still had the courage to risk her life to save you, Su Xiaolan said. And Lin was just about to reply when his heart suddenly jolted. This was a trap. Chapter 1118. Why did the cowardly Lan Xiaoni have the courage to save him? If the answer was love, then either Enlin or Lan Xiaoni would be dead. Of course, Enlin didn't think it was love. Instead, it was a scorching emotion of dependence and loyalty. Of course, he couldn't say that as there were still risks involved. And Lin replied with a nonchalant expression. I saved her life in the tomb, and she's a person who will always repay those who have helped her. Hence, she didn't even think twice before risking her life to save me. That was the perfect answer. Not only did it explain Lan Xiaoni's motives, but it also created a good image of her as someone who would always repay favors. If it weren't for Lan Xiaoni's words, he would have thought that this was the truth. And Lin really couldn't accept this kindness, so he could only come up with this excuse to explain himself. As the big boss, protecting her underling and giving her a pillar of support was perhaps the only thing Lin could do for Lan Xiaoni. Su Xiaolan felt that this was reasonable, so she merely gave him a few chestnuts in anger and warned him to stop fooling around outside. Then this matter was over. Lan Xiaoni quickly became acquainted with most of the members of the 4-9 Immortal sect. And Lin decided that, since Lan Xiaoni had already appeared, he might as well get her to meet Bai Yao and Xiao Chou in advance to resolve this issue. Thus they got to work, and Lin led Lan Xiaoni to where Xiao Chou and Bai Yao were. The newlyweds were given a massive fright upon seeing Lan Xiaoni. They almost thought that she was here to kidnap them again. Lan Xiaoni then brought out a bunch of treasures from the Spirit Fish clan from her storage ring. The situation had completely reversed. The scene instantly became harmonious, and it was a scene of joy and harmony. Lan Xiaoni apologized sincerely, but Xiao Chou and Bai Yao didn't mind. Thus, the two of them buried the hatchet. Lan Xiaoni walked out of the wedding palace with a carefree smile on her face. Big Boss and Lin, the people of the 4-9 Immortal sect, are all very nice. I really like this place. These were Lan Xiaoni's true thoughts. She had received kindness that she had never even dared to imagine. All of this had changed her view of the cruel cultivation world. At least there was one place where people yearned for warmth. You can come here often if you like. This is your second home. And Lin smiled. Yes. Lan Xiaoni was elated as she led the way. She was still wearing a black robe. This was a celestial artifact given to her by her father. Other than those she allowed, no one would be able to detect her presence. Oh, right. How did Yi Ling discover her? Lan Xiaoni was at a loss for a moment before muttering to herself. Could it be that I'm having my period because of these clothes? She was a thick-skinned girl, so she suppressed her doubts. The wedding was about to take place. Tens of thousands of representatives from all over the world gathered together, looking forward to the sacred and solemn moment. Many people that Lin was familiar with came again. Among them were the representatives of the Vermilion Bird sect, Zhu Shuza, Yang Yuan, Lan Yan, and Mo Hai. Hi, my sect leader Lin, come here quickly. Lan Yan, who was dressed in purple, waved at Lin excitedly. When Lin saw this, he walked over. A vibrant smile appeared on Lan Yan's face. I want to interview you. What are your thoughts on Xiao Chao's wedding? Will the wedding date between you and classmate Xiaolen be affected and be shortened as a result? And Lin snapped, I don't have any thoughts. As for the wedding date, why don't you help me out as his best girlfriend? What kind of man are you if you can't even handle your own Dao partner? Lan Yin stuck out her tongue and couldn't be bothered to help him out. The light in Lan Xiaoni's eyes dimmed slightly upon hearing this, and Lin wasn't expecting Lan Yin to help him out. So he continued to ramble on and ask about the Vermilion Bird sect. Come to think of it, he was an honorary elder of the Vermilion Bird sect, so he naturally had to pay attention to the Vermilion Bird sect from time to time. Not long after that, and Lin turned toward another man. Mr. Yang Yuan, I have something else that I want to talk to you about in private. What is it? Please go ahead, Mr. Lin. Yang Yuan followed Lin to a secluded corner with a curious expression, and Lin pointed to the ring on Yang Yuan's finger. Has your ring been able to trigger the power within it? Yang Yuan had obtained 4 rings from an ancient underground palace in the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds, each of which had the words East, South, West, West engraved on them. The wearer of the rings had a certain probability of summoning the power of a man tribe heroic spirit. In order to repay him for saving his life, Yang Yuan only left the West ring with the word West engraved on it. The other 3 rings were all given away, and Lin received the East ring, Mo Hai received the South ring, and Shangguan received the North ring. And Lin had initially thought that this ring only contained the will of a powerful dragon tribe being, but who would have thought that the black dragon within the ring would be far more powerful than he had imagined? Just a projection of its power was able to cripple a return to void final stage mighty figure with a single blow and swallow a divine tool that had manifested into a massive sea dragon. Just how powerful did the black dragon have to be able to do this? This ring was definitely not as simple as it seemed. However, Lin was a little disappointed by Yang Yuan's reply. Ever since I progressed to the return to void stage, I've been consolidating my cultivation base and have never triggered the power within my ring. Why would you bring this up, Mr. Lin? And Lin had no choice but to describe the peculiar state of his storage ring to Yang Yuan. Yang Yuan's mouth gaped open upon hearing this. Are the rings I obtained really that bad *SS? Yang Yuan was astonished, and Lin was also astonished. So you really don't know? Yang Yuan and Lin, everyone fell silent. Both of them fell silent. After a long while, Yang Yuan finally broke the silence. Mr. Lin, I obtained these 4 rings from the underground palace in the southern region of the Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds. You might not believe me when I tell you this, but the monsters guarding these 4 rings were at most soul formation stage, and Lin. Yang Yuan continued, the ancient palace I entered was in an extremely dilapidated state, and the ground was littered with the carcasses of ancient beasts that exuded astonishing energy fluctuations. These ancient beasts must have been extremely terrifying beings when they were alive, and it was exactly because of this that I was able to deduce that the rings I obtained were extraordinary. The rings were floating silently in a place called the Holy Temple of the Man tribe. I took them with me, and everything went smoothly without any resistance. That's the whole story. Yang Yuan looked at the rings in his hand with a hint of fear in his eyes. Mr. Lin, you said that the living beings in the storage rings would absorb your power without any reservation when they attack. What if the owner of the rings didn't have enough power? Would they be sucked dry and die on the spot? This was a very serious question, and Lin was unable to answer Yang Yuan's question. At the time, he felt like if his divine body wasn't powerful enough, he really would have been sucked dry. The Vermilion Bird Trial Grounds is where the holy beast Vermilion Bird is imprisoned. Could the 4 holy beasts in the holy temple of the Man tribe be the legendary holy beasts? And Lin speculated. Yang Yuan was given a fright upon hearing this. How is that possible? You're saying that these 4 rings were left behind by the legendary holy beasts? Is there any other explanation? And Lin splayed his hands open. Yang Yuan was still a little confused. If that's the case, then the holy beast Azure Dragon should be in the eastern ring. So why did a black dragon jump out? And Lin, did the Azure Dragon get tanned? Yang Yuan, do you even believe what you just said? Just like that, they reached another dead end. Thus, their discussion came to an end. And Lin's only discovery was that his rings might have something to do with the four holy beasts. Of course, this was only a guess. He could only hope that one day in the future, the Black Dragon Boss would appear again and answer his questions personally. Chapter 1119. Amidst the melodious celestial music, Xiao Chou and Bai Yao began their wedding ceremony. Under the blessings of tens of thousands of people, they bowed to heaven and earth, to their parents, and to each other as husband and wife. Everything went very smoothly. There was no kidnapping, no unexpected situations. Thus, Xiao Chou and Bai Yao became husband and wife. A Chinese wedding, a Western wedding, and a Chinese wedding. Petals rained down from the sky. Lan Xiaoni's heart stirred as she looked at the blissful couple on the stage. What a beautiful wedding. This is what love looks like. Back then he was the bride snatcher, and now he was a bystander. A special feeling welled up in Lan Xiaoni's heart as she looked at his wedding. It had to be said that fate was a very strange thing. It could allow Xiao Chou and Bai Yao to be together, but it could also allow Lan Xiaoni to recognize her own feelings and become friends with the married couple. Lan Xiaoni stared blankly at Xiao Chou and Bai Yao with yearning in her eyes. And Lin was also very yearning, and he subconsciously grabbed onto Xiao Lan's hand. Su Xiaolan blushed, but she did not resist. A beautiful woman shimmering with golden light reached out her small, crystalline hand and silently held Xiao's hand. There was also a hint of shyness on her face. That's right, she was none other than Fanny, who had come all the way from the Pill Tower of the opposite shore realm to attend the wedding. Going to someone else's wedding in person always gives rise to many other thoughts. For example, he wanted to get married after the wedding ceremony. The guests drank to their heart's content, and Lin and everyone from the 4-9 Immortal sect also did their best to play the role of hosts, and everyone enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Lu Qianhuan also drank a lot of alcohol that day. Her fair face was flushed red, and she raised her golden jade goblet and clinked glasses with Lin. And Lin, my Heavenly Sword sect didn't send a congratulatory gift. It must have been that bitch who instigated it. Please don't take it to heart. I'll punish myself by drinking 2,333 glasses. As she spoke, she drank the entire cup in one gulp. She clearly had the body of a soul formation cultivator, but she was so drunk. Who knew how much she had drunk? You don't have to drink so much. Just drink 666 cups as a penalty. And Lin advised. Lu Qianhuan faltered slightly upon hearing this before bursting into laughter. She raised the golden jade goblet high into the air. Sure, then I'll punish myself with 666 cups. I'll accompany you. And Lin also raised his cup. All Lin could do was accompany Su Qianhuan and drown her sorrows in alcohol. This wine was an immortal brew that Bai Ling had obtained from her phoenix, Small World. It was very fragrant and sweet and had a very high alcohol content. Not only would drinking it make one feel extremely comfortable, but it could also help one forget about their troubles. Hence, it was also known as the carefree flying immortal wine. This was a wine that could make immortals drunk. After drinking 666 glasses of wine, and Lin staggered away from Lu Qianhuan's table and was dragged to another table by Xiao Zhe. Master, Fanny says she wants to stay at the 4-9 Immortal sect, Xiao Zhe whispered. Ha, this is a good thing. But did the in-laws agree? Although Lin was a little dizzy from drinking, he still asked this question instinctively. They did, but it's not permanent. She can only come here for a year. Xiaoza was a little disappointed as he said, and I can't do anything too out of line with Fanny during this year. Otherwise, the pill sage will break my legs. Fanny blushed involuntarily upon hearing this. That's a very reasonable request. Don't cross the line, little Xiao. And Lin spoke with a solemn expression. He hadn't even done anything like that yet. How could his disciple be faster than his master? That definitely wouldn't do. Xiaoza nodded obediently. Yes, master. Fanny's pale refinement skills are quite good, so you'll be an elder in the Moon Pavilion established by Su Qinyan. And Lin began to assign tasks. Oh, right, the pavilion leader is going to school now, and she doesn't have any disciples, so the entire Moon Pavilion will be up to you, Fanny. Fanny! Xiaoza. Fanny's lips twitched. Does that mean I have no followers? No. And Lin shook his head. I have no followers. Su Qianyun is the commander. Fanny clasped a hand over her chest and nodded with difficulty. Thank you for your arrangements, master. Xiaoza was very elated, and he toasted Lin another 99 times in a row with Fanny. And Lin left a seat in a drunken stupor before he was dragged off to the side by the ball-shaped Ishi, who told him that he had to be given a chance to observe Lin eat a divine pill. And Lin was completely baffled, and he agreed in a daze. He was then forced to drink 99 more times by the excited Ishi. After a short while, he was forced to drink by Donghua and Su Xian of the Greenwood imperial family. Donghua wore a resentful expression. Have you forgotten about me? You didn't even inform me that Xiao Chou was getting married. I only had the opportunity to come to the 4-9 Immortal Sect because I was with Su Xian, and Lin's eyes were glazed over with drunkenness. Brother, you are? PFFF. Donghua threw up a mouthful of blood with grief and indignation. I'm your servant. What kind of master is this? How could you forget about me? Oh, so it's you. I remember you, my servant. Come, let's have a drink. And Lin chortled with glee as he draped an arm around Donghua's shoulder. Donghua remained expressionless. And Lin, do you really remember me? What's my name? Ha ha ha. And Lin chuckled dryly. Names aren't important. Come, let's have a drink. And Lin clinked glasses with Lin. Donghua, he must have forgotten about me. He must have forgotten about me. My God, to think that a return to void stage mighty figure like him would be reduced to such a pathetic state. So be it if he was a servant, but his master couldn't even remember his name. Tears of indignation streamed down Donghua's face as he forced Lin to drink like a madman in an attempt to drown his sorrows. This wedding celebration lasted for 3 whole days and 3 nights. All of the representatives from all over the world left, and Lin fell asleep from drinking too much. This was the first time he had gotten drunk since he had started cultivating. It felt pretty good. After he woke up, his head didn't hurt. Instead, his entire body felt refreshed, as if his entire body had been cleansed by the carefree, flying immortal wine. This wine is really good. It's better than most of the wines I've tasted in the past. And Lin took a deep breath before praising from the bottom of his heart. Of course, that's the wine I brewed myself. It's extremely beneficial. Just 1 cup of it can extend a mortal's lifespan by 10 years. And Lin, you wastrel, how many cups did you drink yesterday? Over 100,000 cups, right? Bai Ling glared at Lin with killing intent in her eyes, and she was clearly a little annoyed. The immortal wine that she had brewed with so much effort had been poured down her throat by Lin, so she was definitely feeling a little indignant. And Lin smiled sheepishly as he praised shamelessly, Big Sister Bai's wine is the best. The wine is sweet, and the person is even more beautiful. Oh, is that so? A voice suddenly sounded from behind him, and Lin shuddered as he yelled, Xiaolan, let me explain. He, thump, 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 bang, 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 clatter, 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 clatter. Puff, 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 after a round of friendly ideological education. The sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal Sect convened a meeting with all of the core members of the sect. It was time to take stock of the spoils of this wedding. Chapter 1120. There were 2 objectives for this wedding. The first objective was to ensure that Xiao Chou and Bai Yao could have a complete wedding without being disrupted by outsiders. The second objective was naturally to generate income for the sect. There was a rule for holding a wedding in the name of the sect. That was, aside from the gifts designated for Xiao Chou and Bai Yao, all of the other congratulatory gifts would be counted as part of the sect's income. This was because many of the powers that had come to offer their congratulations had come for the sake of the sect. This wasn't to say that Xiao Chou and Bai Yao didn't receive any valuable gifts. The gifts that they had received were probably worth more than the combined wealth of 2 return to Void Stage mighty figures. And Lin gifted 2 7th-grade immortal pills to the newlyweds. These were known as blood-replenishing immortal pills, which could replenish one's life force at an extremely fast rate. This immortal pill would be able to sustain Xiao Chou for at least another hour after his life force was depleted by Bai Yao. Su Xiaolan, Xianyuan Cheng, Lu Qianhuan, and the others had also gifted many valuable gifts. Aside from that, there were mountains of gifts from other sects and powers. All in all, Xiao Chou and Bai Yao had struck it rich. Of course, the sect was still the wealthiest. Finance manager Dabai and Xiao Zhe had already finished tallying up the gifts. Everyone gathered in the conference room with scorching light in their eyes. This was always the time when everyone was the most excited. They could bask in the ecstasy of sudden riches. Dabai slammed his paw onto the table and cleared his throat. Woof woof. Please speak human language, and Lin corrected. Dabai rolled his eyes before bursting into a joyful smile. Our sect has sent out 1,000 invitations for this wedding, and there are a total of 660 sects and powers participating. Aside from that, there are also 230 itinerant cultivators at the soul formation stage or above participating. And Lin was very angry, and he slammed the table with an enraged expression. Are they going to give us no face? There are over 300 powers that are going to disrespect our sect. Su Xiaolan shot a glance at Lin. You've already sent invitations to the demonic realm and the sinister spirit beast cesspool. Are you expecting them to come here and get beaten up by a bunch of immortals? And Lin heaved a faint sigh. The true demons in Little Na's world are still the cutest. Ignoring the nervous Lin, Dabai continued. Our faction has gained a lot this time. 36 spiritual items, 280 spiritual pills, over 600 spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs, over 100 tons of various rare materials, and 6 immortal pills. Woof! Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions as they listened. Next, it's the important part, woof. Dabai slammed the table angrily again and said excitedly, the total amount of spiritual stones our sect obtained this time is as high as 40 million. Boom! In the meeting, everyone could not help but cry out. 40 million? It's even higher than last time? Su Qianyun's blue eyes widened in shock. Are you sure? Xianyuan Cheng was also astonished. Xiao Zhe replied. Dabai and I did the calculations 3 times, so there's no mistaking it. We only received a little over 30 million spiritual stones at the grand opening ceremony. Who would have thought that we would be able to raise 40 million this time? This is incredible. Elder Tang Shimin was in disbelief at this astronomical number. Everyone was given a fright by this number. Generally speaking, the grand opening ceremony was the biggest event of the year. In the future, there shouldn't be such a grand occasion, and there shouldn't be as many congratulatory gifts as there should be. However, there was now a situation where the reverse was happening. They had underestimated the 4-9 immortal sects' growing influence in this world. And Lin was the most composed of all of them. He interlaced his fingers together before speaking in a slow voice. 40 million spiritual stones from the wedding, and 50 million spiritual stones from the sect. However, that's still 10 million spiritual stones, short of the 100 million we need to repair the Starfire battleship. As soon as he said that, everyone fell into silence. Was 10 million spiritual stones a lot? 1/10 of 100 million spiritual stones didn't sound like much. However, this was an unimaginably huge sum of money even for a first-rate sect. Lu Qianhuan waved the wand in her hand. Recently, a medium-sized demonic sect has appeared in the Wind Plain state. Arrange 10 powerful beings from the divine mirror division for me. I'm going to destroy their sect and see how much money I can make. And Lin looked at the beautiful young sorceress beside him with a gratified expression. Lu Qianhuan's actions were very much in line with his philosophy of getting rich. Bai Ling, I'll be counting on you to make the arrangements. And Lin smiled. Bai Ling nodded. Aside from teaching their disciples and cultivating, these pavilion lords spent most of their time killing demonic sect members to generate income. By the way, has anything important happened in the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas recently? And Lin suddenly asked. Bai Ling turned to Lin. What do you want to do? Borrow money. And Lin replied in a concise manner. Bai Ling, everyone, even if they succeeded in destroying the headquarters of a medium-sized demonic sect, they would probably only earn 1 or 2 million spirit stones at most. This was still not enough to make up for this shortfall of 10 million, so they might as well borrow money from the Dragon Court. Master, you must stay calm and don't act recklessly. Xue Zhantian waved his little wings. The Dragon Court is fraught with peril, and you could be doomed if you're not careful. Xiao Zhe also nodded. Little Tian is right. I heard from Balian that there are spell formations there that can be used against Dao integration stage super mighty figures. It would be very dangerous to rob them there. I'll say it again. I'm going to borrow, not rob. And Lin corrected. Everyone stared at Lin with incredulity on their faces. And Lin. That's why I asked Bai Ling if anything important had happened in the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas recently. Are there any powerful beings outside of the Dragon Court that I can ask for help from? And Lin asked with a forlorn sigh. Everyone came to a sudden realization. So this was not an indoor robbery, but an outdoor robbery. Oi, why are you all looking at me like that? And Lin's chest constricted. He was the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, but he was asking a dragon tribe mighty figure to bail him out? Who knew what he was up to? Following the battle at the Flying Ball tribe mine, the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas has been quiet for a long time. Bai Ling continued. However, apparently they're going to hold an ancestral worship ceremony on Heavenly Dragon Island of the East Sea. Ancestral worship ceremony! And Lin felt like this was a little familiar. Bai Ling explained, the Dragon Tribe is an extremely powerful and prosperous tribe in the ancient Tai Chu realm. The Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas Dragon Tribe is actually the descendant of the Ao family of the ancient Tai Chu realm. So their ancestors are naturally the Dragon Tribe of the ancient Tai Chu realm. This ancestral worship ceremony is most likely related to the Dragon Tribe of the ancient Tai Chu realm. Xiao Zhe nodded. During the era of the ancient Tai Chu realm, the Ao family Dragon Tribe was inferior to the Xiao family, but they were still passable. And Lin turned to his disciple with a gratified expression. Xiao Zhe's words were quite reminiscent of his style. The sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect immediately made a decision. All right, next, I'll borrow money from the Dragon Clan brothers. It's decided then. Chapter 11:21. You really want to go? There will most likely be many Dragon Tribe mighty figures attending the Dragon Court worshipping ceremony. Be careful not to die before you get your money, Bai Ling advised. Bai Ling, how about you come with me? And Lin asked. Bai Ling shook her head. I'm at a critical juncture in an experiment, so I can't leave for now. And Lin was a little disappointed. He couldn't get on her good side anymore. This increased the difficulty of his mission by more than twofold. Master, I'm willing to go with you. Xiao Zhe was extremely excited. I'll go with you as well. Su Xiaolan also chimed in. I suddenly have a feeling that my opportunity to make a breakthrough to the return to Void Stage might lie in the East Sea. And Lin was astonished. Xiaolan, you're about to make another breakthrough? Su Xiaolan nodded with a slightly apologetic expression. The vermilion bird bloodline in my body is too powerful. regardless of whether it's the blossoming of the spirit root or the true dragon bloodline. All of it has happened naturally. The biggest problem now is how to perfectly fuse the vermilion bird bloodline with my true dragon bloodline. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. Was this what life was like with hacks? All right, you come with me as well. If our opponent is too powerful, then we'll think of something else. And Lin agreed to go with Su Xiaolan. Giant and Lin, I'll go with you, Tina volunteered. No problem. And Lin was more than happy to be assisted by a return to Void Stage, mighty figure. Bryce, you come with me as well. Stop basking in the sun all day and doing nothing. And Lin instructed. Basking in the sun is doing nothing? Are you looking down on people basking in the sun? Xiao Hong was unconvinced. Master, do you really want me to go? Autumn is coming, and I'm feeling weak all over. Look, even my green crown has turned yellow. Bryce spoke with a weary expression. A yellow crown is a bad sign. It means that if I go, the mission will fail. The tree man explained in a slow voice. After this is done, I'll reward you with a milliliter of divine blood. And Lin added, I, Bryce, am willing to lay down my life for Lin, holy leader. The treant shuddered when he heard this. The leaves on his head shook nonstop and instantly turned green. He swore loudly. Everyone, after a short discussion, the 4-9 Immortal Sex lone team was finally established. The team leader was Lin, and the team members were Su Xiaolan, Xiao Zhe, Tina, and Bryce. Aside from Bai Ling, almost all of the 4-9 Immortal Sex, most powerful cultivators had been mobilized. The dragon race's ancestral worship ceremony will begin in half a month. We will first go to the East Sea to gather information. Everyone get ready. The team leader ordered, and all the team members echoed in unison. They were very enthusiastic. And Lin walked out of the conference room and saw a young girl standing under a tree. Big Boss and Lin, Lan Xiaoni called out in a crisp voice. Little brother Lan, were you waiting for me here? And Lin walked over with a smile. Lan Xiaoni nodded. The wedding is over, so I have to go back now. I wanted to say goodbye to you. Aren't you going to stay here for a few more days? Didn't you say you really liked the friends here? And Lin tried to persuade her to stay. We'll talk about it some other time. I still have a mission to complete. Lan Xiaoni winked cheekily at Lin with a knowing smile on her face. And Lin recalled her mission as the Heaven's chosen one. All right, take care of yourself. All right, bye, Big Boss and Lin. Bye, little brother Lan. Under the lush green immortal tree, the warm sunlight shone through the branches and leaves, sprinkling mottled spots. The two of them had a simple conversation and a simple farewell. Lan Xiaoni flew into the sky and disappeared from Lin's field of vision. A smile appeared on Lin's face as he looked at the departing mermaid. He felt like Lan Xiaoni had changed. She had become stronger than before, and she now had a goal and a determination to pursue. This made him very curious. What would Lan Xiaoni look like the next time they met? Night gradually fell. In the air above a certain obscure location on the Tai Chu continent, a boundless, inky black continent slowly drifted past, obscuring the moon and stars in the sky. A majestic imperial palace stood at the center of the continent, with 11 dazzling true monarch insignia hovering in midair. However, one of the insignia was flickering, as if it could crumble at any moment. 10 Darkwing tribe monarchs were gathered within the imperial palace, looking down at the woman on the ground with grave expressions. The woman's entire body was riddled with wounds. Not only had her flesh, bones, and meridians been severely damaged, but even her consciousness and sea of vital energy had also been severely wounded. The Darkwing tribe monarch was trying his best to treat the woman on the ground, but he was still unable to stabilize her condition. What's going on? The Moonlit Night Monarch is one of the top 3 super powerful beings among us. How could she be wounded to this extent? She almost died just from trying to take Lin's sword. Has this and Lin's power already reached such a terrifying level? You've always said that his explosive power is terrifying, but what about now? He can kill us even if he doesn't explode. Even the most powerful Heavenly Knight monarch among us wouldn't be able to complete the mission. I wanted to compete with Moonlit Knight for a spot on the mission, but now that I think about it, I'm so scared. Thank God she failed. All of the monarchs discussed spiritedly among themselves. Some were sympathetic, some were elated. Some were even pulling out tissues to wipe away the cold sweat that had appeared on their faces. They all felt as if they had just narrowly escaped death. There's nothing I can do. Her injuries are too severe, and I don't have enough power to save her. The Darkwing Emperor heaved a forlorn sigh. Moonlit Knight was only reduced to this state for the sake of the mission. Even though she failed the mission, at least she paid the price. I plan to feed her that divine fruit. Only then will she have a chance at survival. All of the monarchs had no objections. To them, Moonlit Knight was a true warrior, and she deserved that divine fruit. That night, a crimson pillar of light soared into the clouds from the imperial palace, sweeping up the winds and clouds for thousands of kilometers. Not long after that, a crimson moon began to appear in the night sky. Grandpa, look. There are 2 moons in the sky. On the ground, a little boy with 2 horns on his head tugged at the sleeves of the elderly man beside him as he pointed at the 2 moons in the sky. The elderly man looked up at the night sky. There were 2 moons hanging high in the sky, one as white as jade, the other as crimson as blood. The light from the 2 moons intertwined and seemed to be corroding each other. 2 moons in the sky. How many years has it been since I've seen something like this? The elderly man chuckled. Things have been getting more and more interesting lately. In the Moon Palace, the woman in the palace dress, who was carefully selecting medicinal ingredients, furrowed her brows slightly as she looked through the window toward the horizon in the distance. Oh, you dare to compete with me? So be it. Let me kill some time. Chapter 11:22. Master, why are there 2 moons in the sky? Yi Ling looked up at the sky with curiosity on her face, and Lin replied with a serious expression. This is a natural phenomenon caused by the refraction of light by the atmosphere. When the water vapor or other suspended matter in the atmosphere satisfies certain conditions, the light from the moon will be refracted, thereby creating 2 moons. Wow, that's so impressive. Master knows so much. Yi Ling didn't really understand, but she still praised Lin with reverence on her face. She knew that her master liked to be praised, so she did as she was told. Then why are the 2 moons of different colors? Yi Ling asked. That's the principle of dispersion. I'll explain it to you slowly. Under the 2 moons, and Lin answered all of Yi Ling's questions from a scientific perspective. However, never would he have thought that both of these moons were actually real. The next day, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, Xiao Zhe, Tina, and Bryce embarked on a journey to the East Sea. Heavenly Dragon Island is an extremely massive island in the East Sea. Apparently, it exists within chaos and only appears on the surface of the ocean every 10 years. Every time Heavenly Dragon Island appears, it's time for the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas to pay their respects to their ancestors. It's a pity that the coordinates of Heavenly Dragon Island are extremely mysterious, and only the core members of the Dragon Court have access to them. Su Xiaolan relayed the information that she had received from Bai Ling, and Lin waved the scroll in his hand with a smile. Ms. Bai Lian has already given us the coordinates. That's right, there was a traitor in the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. After learning that the 4-9 Immortal sect was facing financial difficulties, this Dragon Tribe prodigy chose to help without any hesitation and fully supported the money-borrowing team. They're paying respects to their ancestors. Wouldn't it be disrespectful if we borrow money from them? Tina was feeling a little guilty, and Lin replied with a serious expression, I'm not stealing or robbing. So how is that disrespectful to their ancestors? Everyone was skeptical, and Lin, you have to believe me. Sun Wukong said the same thing when he went to the dragon court of the eastern seas to look for weapons, Su Xiaolan said. And Lin, ha ha ha, history is always surprisingly similar. I suddenly feel sorry for the Dragon King of the East Sea. Xiaoza couldn't help but laugh. After laughing for a while, he turned to the elf. Little Na, don't think too much about it. I'm a dragon that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, so I can be considered Ao Meng's grandfather, so I can be considered an ancestor of the dragon tribe. But those people from the dragon court of the eastern seas still want me to be their servant. They're disrespecting their ancestors, so what's wrong with us borrowing some money? Xiaoza managed to convince Hina through the discussion of bloodline and ancestry, and Lin suddenly became excited. Little Xiao, you are the dragon clan's old ancestor. Then, as your master, wouldn't my seniority be even more terrifying? In theory, yes. Xiaoza nodded. Don't be so full of yourself. You've got to be acknowledged by the other families first. Su Xiaolan rolled her eyes and delivered a merciless blow to Enlin. And Lin suddenly recalled that Su Xiaolan also had connections with the dragon court. No wonder she was a little conflicted about seniority. She didn't want Enlin to be so much more senior than her. Xiaolan, you're about to see your grandfather, aunts, and uncles. Do you have any thoughts? And Lin asked. Not much. He owes me so much money for the new year, so this is the perfect time to pay me back. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. This reason seemed to be even more refreshing than borrowing money. Thus, everyone chatted idly as they traveled toward the East Sea. 2 days later, they arrived at the coast of the East Sea, the Pearl Kingdom. Everyone looked at the boundless blue sky and sea, and their mood lightened significantly. Are we going to find the location of Heavenly Dragon Island and wait for them to show up? Xiaoza asked as he looked into the distance. Heavenly Dragon Island will only appear for 3 days, and the dragon tribe will also hold the ancestral worship ceremony during that time. We still have plenty of time, so we can do some other things. And Lin smiled. Do what? Xiaoza was perplexed, and Lin held onto Su Xiaolan's little hand with a buoyant smile. Let's go shopping, Xiaoza. Just like that, the two of them started showing off their love without saying a word and strolled around the streets. And Lin had been to the Pearl Kingdom once before, and he had even saved this coastal city, thereby becoming a celebrity in the Pearl Kingdom. Hence, even though he had been here for 2 years, many pearl creatures still remembered him. As he and Su Xiaolan shopped, they would occasionally encounter pearl creatures who would happily roll around on the ground to express their gratitude and welcome. And Lin, it looks like you're very popular in the Pearl Kingdom. Su Xiaolan chuckled lightly. Of course, I'm a big hero to them. I was only a measly spirit nurturing stage cultivator back then. But I faced off against an army of sea monsters and defeated several soul formation stage sea monsters by myself. It was a magnificent and majestic scene, and Lin boasted with a smug expression. A vibrant smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face, and she didn't interrupt Lin. And Lin was loved by so many beautiful pearl creatures, and she felt a sense of pride and honor. The two of them strolled along the streets while enjoying the pearl dance. If they were interested, they would even buy some pearl powder and specialty seafood. There was a type of seafood called the spicy crispy flame coral, and it was quite unique. It was crunchy and crispy with a spicy barbecue flavor on the surface and tender sea meat inside. The scorching heat would flow through the body along with the delicious flavor, and it was very satisfying to eat. And Lin bought a ton of the spicy, crispy flame coral in one go, and he planned to take it back to his sect or school to eat slowly. Storage rings were the best place to store things. They isolated and killed all microorganisms, so they would never go bad if placed inside. Su Xiaolan didn't buy ready-made ones. Instead, she bought a lot of interesting ingredients, and she planned to use them to improve her cooking skills. Her passion for cooking was even stronger than Lin's, and she was more willing to put in the time and effort to study it. That's right, Su Xiaolan had improved a lot during this period of time. Her immortal chef skills and cultivation base had become more profound, and she seemed to be even more badass than Enlin. The frying pan was also basically under her control now. The title of #1 chef god of the celestial court was probably going to change as well, for some reason, and Lin was struck by a sense of pressure. If Su Xiaolan progressed to the return to void stage, how would he and Lin be able to maintain his authority as a husband? No, he had to progress to the return to void stage as soon as possible. He had both a divine tool and a divine pill, and he was only missing the nurturing of a spirit. With this in mind, Enlin silently pulled out his evil-slaying sword and tried to persuade it. Little Xia, why am I risking my life to keep you? Isn't it so that you can find the best partner? I'm your best choice. Evil-slaying sword, we're a match made in heaven. If you still have a shred of conscience, nurture a spirit for me for the sake of my happiness, okay? Chapter 11:23. And Lin's request was quite shameless. The evil-slaying sword didn't remain silent this time. Nurturing a spirit requires not only your observation of the Tao of the sword, but also a channel for the sword to draw upon powerful energy. I already have a spirit, but I can't be born as a true living being. What I lack is the energy to manifest a spirit body, and Lin was extremely excited. Then, how can I provide you with energy? If I knew, I would have told you already, the evil-slaying sword replied in an indifferent voice. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. It is extremely rare for an immortal tool to nurture a spirit, and there is no set method for nurturing a spirit. I had thought that my method of nurturing a spirit would be to kill a Darkwing tribe, powerful being, and absorb their energy. It looks like either the Darkwing tribe powerful beings we've encountered are too weak, or there is another way. The evil-slaying sword rarely spoke for so long, and its aura was a little shaky as it panted heavily. And Lin asked, the Darkwing tribe is too weak? Then how strong must they be to your liking? The evil-slaying sword paused momentarily before replying, at least not at the moonlit night monarch's level. Why don't you try killing a Tao integration stage Darkwing Emperor? And Lin's mouth gaped open. Try killing a Tao integration stage Darkwing Emperor? Who gave you the courage to talk about this matter so casually, hey? You sure know how to joke. And Lin's lips twitched. A soul formation stage cultivator fighting a Tao integration stage super mighty figure? Even the most bizarre fairy tale wouldn't dare to write something like this. The Darkwing Emperor could probably kill him with a single slap. No, there was no way he could complete this attempt. The evil-slaying sword replied in an indifferent voice. Are you scared? That's normal. Let's think of something else then. I'm so tired I'm going to sleep. Thus, the proud, evil-slaying sword ignored Lin and began to rest. And Lin had no choice but to let it do as it pleased. Now that he had a clear target, he could try to kill the Darkwing Emperor. And Lin was terrified just thinking about it. There was no way to play at all. He and Su Xiaolan strolled around Bolan City and finally found a seafood restaurant to enjoy the specialty seafood dishes. According to Su Xiaolan, going to different places to taste delicacies was not only an enjoyment, but also an experience that stimulated her culinary skills. It was very meaningful. He had to admit that Su Xiaolan was becoming more and more professional on the immortal chef path. Sai, I'm not sure if you've heard, but I heard that the South Snake Sea has been storming for 20 days now. Rumor has it that a terrifying demon is about to appear there. A man who was half the height of a man said as he sipped on his soup. The other Black Pearl was shocked. I'm fishing in the nearby waters. Should I stay away from that place? Thunderstorm? Doesn't the Southern Snake Sea have a few days like this every 10 years? The third Pearl had some understanding of the Southern Snake Sea, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, Xiaoza, and the others pricked up their ears. The heavenly dragon island that they were going to was located in the southern Snake Sea. At this moment, the fourth pearl with a black eye patch chimed in. It's different this time. Not only is the scale of the thunderstorm very large, but it's also lasting for a very long time. This is definitely an abnormal phenomenon. A few days ago, there was a reckless exploration team led by a spirit-nurturing sage powerful being who ventured into the southern Snake Sea. They haven't returned yet, so they've probably been thrown into the sea to feed the fish. The faces of all the pearls turned solemn, and their white and round faces turned black. Of course, the black pearl's expression was completely obscured. Su Xiaolan transmitted her voice to Enlin. It looks like the situation is a little different this time. Should we go and have a look? Their original plan was to survey the area first, but the situation in the southern Snake Sea seemed to be quite abnormal, so they might have to change their plan. And Lin nodded. All right, let's go and have a look then. After finishing the seafood feast, everyone returned to the beach and rose into the air before flying toward the coordinates on Balian's map. The mutant beasts in the sea posed no threat to Enlin and the others, and Lin basically killed all of the mutant beasts in his path. An hour later, a vast expanse of thunderclouds began to appear. Thick, inky black clouds stretched as far as the eye could see, cutting off the sunlight and plunging the sea into darkness. Gale-force winds swept for over 1,000 kilometers. Torrential rain fell, huge waves surged, and countless bolts of purple lightning flashed through the clouds, creating a series of earth-shattering booms. This was most likely the phenomenon of the heavenly dragon island. Little Na, unleash your concealment divine technique. And Lin instructed. All right. Tina spread open her tiny hands, and a transparent ripple enshrouded everyone, concealing their auras. She had created her own spell techniques in the divine mirror world as a god of creation, and all of them were extremely bad *SS. At the very least, they were able to conceal themselves from return to void stage mighty figures. Everyone continued onward under the concealment of the spell techniques and followed the coordinates on the map. Howl! An earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted from the distance, and Lin and Su Xiaolan looked at each other before immediately accelerating. The roar was coming from the direction of the heavenly dragon island. Not long after that, a gargantuan black shadow appeared in their field of vision with a pair of crimson eyes that were like the flames of a candle in the darkness, striking fear into everyone's hearts. Senior, please let go of my son. A dignified and pleading voice suddenly rang out. Immediately afterward, a gargantuan black dragon rose into the sky before speaking to the black shadow in the distance. And Lin immediately knew who this voice belonged to, and he turned to the woman beside him. Your grandfather. Su Xiaolan heaved a forlorn sigh. It looks like something big is about to happen up ahead. We really came at the right time. The gargantuan black shadow gradually appeared before everyone. It was simply too big, so big that everyone could only look up at it. At that moment, everyone was also collectively dumbfounded. What a huge turtle! What a huge mountain! Tina let loose a cry of surprise. The little fairy couldn't find the right adjectives to describe the scene before her. She could only use the word huge to describe it. That's right. What had appeared before them was a gargantuan turtle. How big was it? Its body spanned over 150 kilometers, as if it were a gargantuan wall that had sliced through the boundless ocean. A gigantic mountain that was over 50 kilometers tall pierced through the clouds, and looked as if it were going to pierce through the heavens was resting on its shell. No, that's not a turtle. Its head is a dragon's head, and its body is that of a turtle. And Lin corrected. Could it be a dragon that has practiced your evading turtle technique? Su Xiaolan chuckled. And Lin, you've changed, Xiaolan. What a ** king stab at his heart. When Xiaozi saw this scene, he said the most reliable sentence. Master, The living being before us appears to be the only mythological beast born from the mating of our dragon tribe patriarch and the heavenly turtle tribe patriarch. It is the mythological beast that possesses the bloodline of the dragon turtle Ba Xia. Chapter 11:24. It's a mythological beast. And Lin was given a fright upon hearing this. He looked up at the gargantuan creature before him, only to discover that even with his powerful divine sense, he was unable to ascertain the creature's power level. Su Xiaolan's expression also became grave. It's rumored that mythological beast Ba Xia's cultivation base is unfathomably powerful, and it's able to carry 3 mountains and 5 mountains on its back. For it to be referred to as a mythological beast, it must be at the Tao integration stage. Why would such a creature appear in this region of the sea? Bryce was perplexed, and Lin looked at the map in his hand before looking at the gargantuan creature before him with a peculiar expression. I feel like this mythological beast Ba Xia is most likely the heavenly dragon island of the dragon court of the eastern seas. At least from the coordinates, that's the case. Everyone instantly fell silent. Everyone turned toward the mythological beast in the distance, with incredulity on their faces. At this moment, a deafening voice suddenly swept forth. "Ao Meng, do you know why I attacked your son?" This was Ba Xia's voice, and it was imbued with boundless might. Ao Meng's massive body was as tiny as a loach in the face of Ba Xia. "I don't know." Only then did Lin and the others discover that there was a white dragon in Ba Xia's mouth. The white dragon was struggling with all its might, but it was unable to break free from Ba Xia's mouth. Instead, its body was punctured by sharp fangs, and a huge amount of blood gushed forth. "That white dragon looks so familiar," Xiaozi said. And Lin had seen its human form before, and he explained. "It's the 3rd prince of the Dragon King, Ao Mingyu." Xiaozi was enlightened upon hearing this. He had once swatted Ao Mingyu, flying with his tail. Ao Mingyu was slightly more powerful than the 2nd prince, Ao Xiu, so he could at least take a slap from him. And Lin snuck a glance at Su Xiaolan to discover that her expression hadn't changed much, and she was merely appraising her grandfather and uncle with a curious expression. Ba Xia spoke again. This little dragon, dares to covet the divine item on my back? Who gave it the guts to do so?" Ao Meng's heart jolted with shock. Ao Mingyu begged for mercy in a loud voice. "I'm innocent. Senior, I didn't know it was your divine object. I thought it was a rare treasure. That's why I was anxious and made such a wrong decision." Ba Xia said coldly, "If apologies were useful, why would we need mouths? You have to pay the price for waking me up." Ao Mingyu shuddered as an expression of shock and horror appeared on his face. He knew that his father wouldn't dare to do anything to Ba Xia, even if it ate him in a fit of rage. "Senior, you can't do this. The people of the Dragon Court are half your descendants. Why are you so heartless? The divine item is still with you, so you didn't lose anything. Please spare my son." Ao Meng couldn't bear to watch his son die right before his eyes, and he pleaded for his son's life. Xiaozi heaved a forlorn sigh. Dragons are extremely sensitive to treasures. Perhaps Ao Mingyu really did make a careless mistake. It's just that Ba Xia has an extremely bad temper, so there's a good chance that he won't be able to reason with him. Sure enough, Ba Xia's eyes flashed with a crimson light, and his sharp teeth clamped down on the white dragon in his mouth with no intention of letting Ao Mingyu go. Right at this moment, another splash erupted on the surface of the ocean. A scarlet dragon appeared in front of Ba Xia. It wasn't very large, only around 1,000 feet in length. Its eyes were as pure golden as the sun, and its dragon horns were as translucent as red jade. There were bright red scales all over its body, from which countless divine symbols shimmered. Just from a single glance, this dragon was like the most perfect piece of art in this world. It danced in the air in an ethereal manner, as if it were a divine dragon that could fly into the heavens at any moment. Its pure golden eyes were fixed on mythological beast Basya. Senior Basya, my useless little brother was indeed at fault here. Would you be able to hand him over to me to punish? In contrast to its domineering appearance, this dragon's voice was a little lazy and casual. Basya's eyes narrowed slightly, and it opened its mouth, right before the astonished eyes of Enlin and the others. Tui! How? Ao Mingyu screamed as if he had been spat out by Basya into the ocean. Boom! A huge splash erupted on the surface of the ocean. Ao Mingyu's body spasmed as he floated on the surface of the ocean like a dead fish. He even threw up a large mouthful of blood, clearly having sustained severe injuries. A return to Void Stage dragon, tribe mighty figure, had almost been spat to death by a turtle. I'll spare your life for Xiao Wu's sake. Don't do it again, Basya said again. The red dragon bowed slightly before speaking in a lazy and ethereal voice. Thank you, Senior. Remember, everything on the Dragon Turtle Divine Mountain, including every blade of grass and tree, belongs to me. You can pay your respects to your ancestors, but if you try to take anything from me, I'll kill you. Basya's voice was like a clap of thunder, making heaven and earth tremble. The Dragon King of the East Sea hurriedly nodded and promised that he would never do something like this again. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were dumbstruck. Who is this dragon? Mythological beast Basya is giving it face? Xiao Zhe stared at the red dragon in the sky with incredulity, and Lin paused for a moment, giving Xiao Wu face. Could it be that she's Ao Xiao Wu? Su Xiaolan was quite familiar with the dragon court. You're talking about the Dragon King's eldest daughter, Ao Xiao Wu? And Lin nodded. That's right. Balian also warned me to be careful of Ao Xiao. Ao Xiao is focused on cultivation and doesn't like to fight. It's exactly because of this that Ao Qingyu is known as the #1 cultivator in the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. In reality, Ao Xiao's cultivation base is even more terrifying than Ao Qingyu's, and she's already halfway to the Dao integration stage. Of course, this is a secret only known to the core members of the Dragon Court. Xiao Zhe came to a sudden realization. That makes sense. No wonder Basya is giving Ao Xiao face. This was a world where power was everything. Basya could ignore the Dragon King of the East Sea, but he would give face to a dragon tribe exceptional prodigy who had a chance of progressing to the Dao integration stage. If there's nothing else, then piss off. Come back in 10 days, Basya said in annoyance. Its crimson eyes suddenly turned toward Lin and the others as it spoke. Everyone was struck by an indescribable sense of pressure, as if a gargantuan mountain were weighing down upon their chests, striking them with a sense of asphyxiation. Tina's features paled. It can see us. My spell technique can't keep it from detecting us. And Lin and the others were given a fright upon hearing this. At this moment, they finally realized what kind of existence they were facing. This was a mythological beast that was renowned across the entire continent, a Dao integration stage super mighty figure. Their emergency plan didn't include a plan for what to do if they were targeted by a mythological beast. Chapter 11:25. Basya had set its eyes on Enlin and the others. Ao Xiaowu, Ao Meng, and Ao Mingyu also turned toward that direction with curiosity in their eyes, upon which they were greeted by the sight of Enlin and the others, whose spell technique had been shattered by Basya's glare. The members of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the 4-9 Immortal sect finally met again in an unexpected manner. Everyone fell silent. Everyone fell into silence. In the end, the severely wounded Ao Mingyu couldn't help but roar. And Lin, why are you here? And Lin forced a smile onto his face. Would you believe me if I told you that we were just passing by? Ao Mingyu flared up with rage. Do you think I'm an idiot? And Lin couldn't help but grumble. You almost lost your life here. Aren't you an idiot? You. Roar. PFFF. Ao Mingyu let loose an enraged roar before throwing up a mouthful of blood. And Lin's retort really was a devastating blow to him. Ha ha ha! How dare you trespass on the Dragon Court's restricted area? Ao Meng was elated upon seeing Lin and the others, and he turned toward Ba Xia with anticipation in his eyes. During the battle at the mine, he had already sworn a vow not to attack Lin and the others, but mythological beast Ba Xia hadn't sworn such a vow. This super mighty figure could attack Lin at any time. And Lin was very powerful, but no matter how powerful he was, could he defeat a Tao integration stage mythological beast? A soul formation stage cultivator attacking a Tao integration stage mythological beast would be a laughingstock. Ao Mingyu also came to his senses, and he couldn't help but chortle with mirth as his body shuddered and he threw up another mouthful of blood. Mythological beast Ba Xia spoke in a slow voice. Trespassing on the restricted area is indeed punishable by death. Before Ao Mingyu and Ao Meng had a chance to celebrate, the voice sounded again. But isn't he also a Dragon Tribe member? A golden light suddenly flashed through Ba Xia's crimson eyes, and a mysterious smile appeared on its gargantuan dragon head. Huh. Ao Mingyu was dumbstruck. What did you say, Senior? Ao Meng was also dumbstruck. He turned his gaze to Lin and the others. When his gaze finally landed on Xiaoza, realization dawned on him. So it's you. Xiaoza couldn't help but burst into laughter. You too sure have a long reflex arc. Ao Mingyu was unconvinced. But he's not from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. Shut up! Ao Meng interjected with a furious roar. Ao Mingyu came to his senses and looked at Lin and the others with an indignant expression. That's right, the Dragon Clan's forbidden area. Those who weren't members of the Dragon Clan couldn't trespass. But Xiaoza was a dragon, and it was the primordial dragon race. This restricted area was not exclusive to the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas. Instead, it was a place shared by the entire Dragon Tribe. So Xiaoza naturally had the right to come here. Seeing that Senior Ba Xia wasn't hostile, Xiaoza bowed respectfully and said, Senior, these are my subordinates. Is there a problem? It doesn't matter. Those who aren't from the Dragon Clan can't enter the Dragon, Turtle Mountain's forbidden grounds anyway. My followers can wait outside, Ba Xia said in a calm voice. And Lin and the others heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as the Tao integration stage mythological beasts didn't attack them, they would have a lot of room to maneuver. The red dragon in the sky glowed with a scintillating light, and its body gradually shrank until it transformed into a lithe and graceful woman in a fiery red dress with intricate dragon horns on her head. Bai Lian was right. Ao Xiaowu was indeed a beautiful woman with long legs and fair skin. The only thing that was a little different from what Lin had imagined was that Ao Xiao's expression was soft and feeble, making her look like a pushover. However, everyone knew that it was best not to piss her off. After all, she was a Dragon Tribe mighty figure that even Ba Xia had to respect. Ao Xiaowu withdrew her aura, and she looked at Lin and the others with a nonchalant expression before turning her gaze away. Perhaps she didn't want to talk to them, or perhaps she just couldn't be bothered. She turned to Ao Meng with a gentle voice. Father, I've already wasted a lot of time here. If there's nothing else, I'll be going back now. Ao Mingyu interjected in a panicked voice. Big sister, aren't you going to teach Lin and the others a lesson? You should know that the person who killed second brother is right here. Ao Xiaowu's brows furrowed. He's already dead, so what's the point of revenge? Are you trying to tire me to death? How can second brother live after I get my revenge? If they want to kill you and you're still alive, I might be able to help. And Lin and the others were astonished again. Ao Xiaowu's logic was so powerful. Wasn't her fear of exhaustion the most important thing? Ao Xiaowu made a grabbing motion and pulled the massive white dragon into the air by its whiskers. As for you, I promised Senior Ba Xia to teach you a lesson. Come with me to the dragon court to receive your punishment, and we'll return on the day of the ancestral worship in 10 days. Thus, the two dragon tribe mighty figures sank into the ocean amid Ao Mingyu's blood-curdling cries as his whiskers were yanked away. Ao Meng stood rooted to the spot, at a complete loss for what to do, and Lin spread open his arms. Come and hit me, Ao Meng. The Dragon King of the East Sea's face was flushed with rage, and his breathing accelerated. In the end, he could only spit out some threatening words. Humph. Do you really think I can't punish you just because you're up to no good? Just you wait and see. He had already sworn a Dao Heart vow that he couldn't attack Lin or anyone from the 4-9 Immortal sect. If he went back on his vow, even his Dao foundation could crumble. What else could he do aside from hurling a few insults at Lin? Ao Meng bade farewell to mythological beast Basya before returning to the dragon court in a huff. Mythological beast Basya closed its eyes and floated on the surface of the ocean like a gargantuan island. The ocean was still surging, and the purple lightning in the sky was still roaring. How interesting! Basya's eyes were tightly shut, but an amused smile appeared on its face as it spoke in an almost inaudible voice. Meanwhile, Ao Meng had transformed into a dragon and was swimming toward the dragon court. Even though he wasn't all that powerful among returned to void final stage mighty figures, he was still a mighty figure who had attained the power of the divine Tao. As such, it didn't take long for him to detect that something was tailing him. Ao Meng looked behind him and unleashed the dragon tribe's detection technique. And then, holy F***CK, what are you trying to do? The black dragon's body shuddered as it roared in fear. Behind him, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, Xiao Zhe, Tina, and Bryce were all chasing after him with sinister smiles on their faces. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Don't go, Mr. Ao Meng. We bear no ill will. We just want to borrow some money. And Lin waved his hands with a benevolent smile on his face. Ao Meng's entire body froze up upon seeing Lin's smile. F***CK. How could he say something as shameless as borrowing money? Only an idiot would believe that. A chill ran down Ao Meng's spine, and he fled even more quickly. Not only that, but he also immediately dialed a voice transmission talisman. Hey, my dear daughter, and Lin and the others are plotting against me. Come and protect me. Chapter 11:26. Ao Xiaowu listened to her father's urgent cries for help, then looked down at her idiotic little brother, who was still being carried by her, and she suddenly felt a little annoyed. Father, you're a return to void final stage dragon, and you're being chased by a soul formation stage cultivator? After a brief moment of contemplation, Ao Xiaowu continued to swim toward the dragon court in an unhurried manner. You know how powerful Lin is. Ao Meng spoke in a panicked voice. But you're a return to void final stage mighty figure, so you should be able to run away, right? Ao Xiaowu spoke in a slow voice as she continued to drag Ao Mingyu toward the dragon court. Xiaowu, your father is being bullied right now, and you're running away like this. Are you going to let this slide? You have to retaliate. Ao Meng roared with rage. Oh, Ao Xiaowu added in her heart. I really am going to let this slide. She didn't want to deal with all of this. All she wanted to do now was cultivate. Xiaowu, where are you now? Tell me when you're almost there, and we'll turn them around. Ao Meng asked. You go on ahead, father. I'll contact you when I'm almost there. Ao Xiaowu replied in a cold voice before continuing to swim toward the dragon court. All right, I'll wait for you. Ao Meng was very touched. Ao Mingyu. He couldn't help but ask, Big sister, are you really not going to save father? And Lin is a demon who kills without batting an eyelid. Father will really be in danger. If he really was that kind of person, then you wouldn't have been able to come back from the Spirit Stone mine. Ao Xiaowu shot a glance at Ao Mingyu. Ao Mingyu instantly fell silent. Even though she appeared to be quite easygoing, no one in the entire dragon court dared to mess with her. Thinking back, there was still a little brother who dared to persuade Ao Xiaowu to fight. That was his fourth brother, who was also extremely talented and had a very pleasant personality. However, he was no longer around. Ao Mingyu didn't dare to say anything, and Ao Xiaowu continued to fly toward the dragon court. Xiaowu, where are you? Why aren't you there yet? Are you going in the wrong direction? Ao Meng's nervous voice sounded from the voice transmission talisman again. Ao Xiaowu blinked. Aya, which direction did you come from? Ao Meng, Ao Mingyu. What followed was a long series of explanations and questions. Ao Xiaowu replied intermittently. She had finally returned to the dragon court, which was like a pearl in the deep sea. The pitiful Dragon King could only run away frantically. He kept using his tail to control the raging water currents to attack and obstruct Enlin and the others. Only then did he manage to stop Enlin and the others' attacks. Xiao Wu, tell me the truth. Did you not come? Did you go back to the dragon court? Ao Meng's enraged voice sounded, and there was a hint of indignation in his voice. He had some understanding of his eldest daughter's personality, which was why he made such a bold guess. Ao Xiaowu nodded in acknowledgement. Ao Meng. The old Dragon King felt as if his heart had been pierced by a sword, and the world lost its color. Don't worry, I've sent reinforcements to save you, Ao Xiaowu added. Roar. Ao Qingyu has already sworn that he won't attack Enlin. If you don't come, who's going to be able to deal with Enlin? Ao Meng exclaimed. Ao Xiaowu replied in a calm voice. Why would I attack Enlin? I'm only sending reinforcements to save you. Ao Xinyu is already there. Talking is so tiring. I'm hanging up now. Thump. The voice transmission talisman was cut off. Ao Meng held onto the silent voice transmission talisman and fell silent. His hands were trembling, slightly. His biggest trump card was gone, and it was impossible for him to retaliate against Enlin. He was the Dragon King of the East Sea, but he was being chased around by Enlin and the others in the East Sea. This made his entire body tremble uncontrollably. Howl! Enlin, I'm not going to let you off. The black dragon roared with rage. Then come and attack me. Enlin also roared. Ao Meng. Within the dragon court of the eastern seas, the deep sea prison. Big sister, why are you here? A beautiful dragon tribewoman in a black dress made her way toward Ao Xiaowu with a smile. Ao Xiaowu tossed the man in her arms toward her. Sixth sister, Ao Mingyu has offended mythological beast Basya, so reward him with a 9 heavens purgatory gift bag. This. The woman in black's eyes widened with shock. Just do as I say, Ao Xiaowu said in an indifferent voice. Yes. The woman in black nodded with a solemn expression. Aside from Ao Meng, Ao Xiaowu's words were the most important in the dragon court. Her words were to be obeyed, and no one would object. Thus, the third prince of the Dragon King, Ao Mingyu, was locked up in the deep sea prison by Ao Xiaowu and began to enjoy a 9 heavens purgatory gift bag after taking care of all the trivial matters. Ao Xiaowu returned to her own courtyard. She took off her red dress and changed into a pair of soft and smooth white pajamas before falling into a deep slumber. The divine Tao that she had attained was to sleep and dream, because sleeping was both easy and comfortable. Hence, it could be said that she was sleeping, but it could also be said that she was cultivating. Meanwhile, in the deep sea 1,000 kilometers away from the dragon court, Enlin appeared beside Ao Meng with the help of Tina's spatial ability, and he held 2 different treasures in his hands. In one hand was the 1,000 possibility box. The other hand was the main priest's blood soul cross. Go! I'll seal off Ao Meng's movements. A scintillating light erupted from the 1,000 possibility box, and the projection of a beautiful woman in a white dress appeared again. Her aura was ethereal, and she was bathed in holy light, illuminating the dark ocean floor as she slapped a palm toward the black dragon beside her. Slap! A vast burst of boundless power swept forth, knocking Ao Meng flying. Xiao Zhe clenched his hands into fists. Water binding. The water in the deep sea surged relentlessly toward the Dragon King. Right in the instant that the Dragon King was being immobilized, and Lin hurled the Blood Soul Cross. A series of crimson golden chains erupted from the cross, binding around the Dragon King's body. At the same time, a scintillating light erupted from the cross, and a powerful sealing force instantly repelled the water within a radius of over a kilometer. The cross fell from the sky and landed on Ao Meng's back. Boom! The gargantuan black dragon was immobilized at the bottom of the ocean, and Lin pulled out his large water ball and prepared to use it to determine the outcome of the battle. Howl! Don't push me too far. Boom! A powerful power of the divine Tao soared into the sky and broke free from Xiao Zhe's water binding. Even and Lin's Blood Soul Cross was knocked flying as well, and Lin's expression shifted. Ao Meng couldn't attack them directly, but he could still use brute force to break free. He was just about to yell for Tina to use her spatial skipping to close in on Ao Meng. At this moment, another burst of laughter erupted in the distance. Ha ha ha! I've heard that sect leader in Lin is able to crush return to void final stage mighty figures at the soul formation stage. I, Ao Shinyu, want to see if you can suppress my spear today. A cold light appeared in the extremely far distance. It instantly sliced through the entire ocean. The extreme sharpness of the blade was astonishing. Chapter 11:27. The spear was like a dragon slicing through heaven and earth. In that instant, Lin was struck by an extremely powerful sense of impending death. His opponent was clearly a return to void final stage mighty figure. Without hesitation, he took out the chaotic alloy brick and enlarged it in front of him to protect himself. Boom! The spear projection struck the chaotic alloy brick, and the white light exploded. An earth-shattering power poured forth, and even the seabed continent was torn to shreds by the shock wave. And Lin was knocked back over 10 kilometers before he was able to stop himself. Ha ha ha! The mighty sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect can only defend against my spear? A man wielding a silver spear with a dragon engraved on it chuckled with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He was tall and broad with a white buzz cut, and he wore a silver and blue battle robe with a hint of battle intent on his face. Don't disturb my master! Xiao Zhe roared with rage as his inky black dragon tail swept toward Ao Shinyu with unstoppable force. Right at this moment, a huge blue dragon suddenly tore through the seawater toward them. Twisting dragon palm. The huge dragon made a divine seal with its claws, which swept toward Xiao Zhe's dragon tail. The extremely powerful palm strike collided with the dragon tail, causing the space around them to twist and shatter, and the seawater within a radius of close to 10 kilometers was instantly swept back. Both sides were knocked back by the force of the collision. Who are you? Xiao Zhe's expression darkened. So much for the primordial dragon tribe. A smile appeared on the huge blue dragon's face. I am the general of the Dragon Court's Divine Guardian Squad, Lu Jinhai. Xiao Zhe's expression darkened. His opponent was also a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage, and he was a veteran of countless battles. General of the Divine Guardian Squad? Why isn't the team leader of the Divine Guardian Squad here, Xia Zhe? And Lin asked. Thinking back, Xia Zhe was extremely in love with Bai Lian, and the Dragon King had forcefully betrothed Bai Lian to Xia Zhe in order to win over that divine general. This was actually one of the reasons why Bai Lian had left the Dragon Court. That useless team leader should not have come here to embarrass himself. We'll have to take care of you ourselves. Lu Jinhai stared at Lin with a scorching light in his eyes, and Lin rolled his eyes. Take care of us? Don't you have any sense of propriety? Setting aside Tao integration stage, super mighty figures. He had slain so many return to void stage mighty figures that he couldn't even count on two hands the number of return to void stage mighty figures he had slain. Who gave a dragon tribe cultivator at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage the courage to say something like this. Lu Jinhai was very stubborn, but Ao Meng was a coward. Xinyu, is your big sister not here? Ao Meng reverted to his human form and flew to Ao Xinyu's side. How could she possibly come? Ao Xinyu chuckled. Don't worry, father. I alone am more than enough to deal with Enlin. I've already investigated him, and aside from some special artifacts, his combat prowess is still quite far below that of a return to void final stage cultivator. He's not as powerful as you think he is. And Lin raised an eyebrow. This Ao Xinyu sure was arrogant. You have no idea who you are facing. Are you tired of living? Get back to the Dragon Court. Ao Meng roared. Father, you probably don't even know how powerful I am, right? I'm going to show you my true power. Ao Xinyu had no intention of running away. He had lost the mind battle entirely because he didn't know his opponent well enough. As long as he shrunk down to his dragon human form, how would he be afraid of Enlin's large water ball? If he didn't unleash any powerful spell techniques, how would he be defeated by Enlin's strange mirror? Enlin, this ocean will be the place where you perish. Ao Xinyu let loose an enraged roar as the white power of the divine Tao enshrouded his silver spear, imbuing it with an extremely sharp light. This power of the divine Tao was powerful enough to annihilate all things, and it was so terrifying that even the seawater around the silver spear was reduced to the tiniest particles. This was his divine Tao, the wind-crushing divine Tao. A smug smile appeared on the blue dragon's face. Seventh Prince Ao Xinyu's spear techniques are unparalleled in the entire eastern region of the Taichu continent, and he was renowned throughout the world for killing the poison demon emperor of the East Sea with a single spear strike. He's extremely proficient in killing, and even I have to concede defeat to him. And Lin smiled. Unparalleled in the eastern region of the Taichu continent in spear techniques? War God. Is that a self-proclaimed title? And Lin, who possessed the God of War system, was extremely indignant. You'll find out soon enough whether it's a self-proclaimed title or not. Ao Xinyu raised his head as battle intent surged from his body, and the spear in his hand trembled. Boom! Ao Xinyu charged toward Enlin with a silver spear in his hand, and the power of the wind-crushing divine Tao revolved around his body, annihilating everything around him. He created a vacuum in his wake with no resistance whatsoever, and his speed was even faster than the speed of lightning. And Lin activated his Fire God mode and his Divine Inspection technique at the same time to capture the trajectory of the spear projection. The spear projection was extremely fast, and even Enlin in his buff state was struggling to keep up. Wings of wind. Kuin Peng travel. He raised his speed to the maximum and evaded the spear projection by a hair's breadth. The silver spear swept past his waist and punctured the ocean for several dozen kilometers behind him. Here's my chance. And Lin focused his gaze, and an extremely terrifying power instantly erupted from his fist, which was imbued with divine flames and holy flames as it crashed down upon Ao Xinyu. Ao Xinyu was not fearful in that instant. Instead, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. Arc of the divine spear! The silver spear began to elongate and bend under the pressure of the wind-crushing divine Tao, and the sharp spear projection was deflected by 180 degrees before stabbing toward Enlin's back. The 1,000-change dragon-slaying spear was Ao Xinyu's immortal tool. It could take on countless forms, and it could even bend and twist like rubber. This spear, combined with his wind-crushing divine, Tao allowed it to attack in a myriad of different ways, but it was also able to maintain absolute toughness and destructive sharpness. No battle is completely safe. I'm already prepared to be injured in order to kill you. Ao Xinyu ignored Lin's fist as a sinister smile appeared on his face, and he injected all of his power into his spear. And Lin definitely wouldn't be able to evade this attack. Right at this moment, a green light erupted. An extremely sturdy suit of armor suddenly appeared over Lin's body, materializing into solid form. Ao Xinyu's pupils contracted and his eyes widened. This is... His spear technique struck Lin's armor, but it was unable to penetrate it in a short period of time. At this moment, an extremely terrifying fist had already crashed into his body, making his entire body cave in. His flesh, bones, and meridians all began to crack in an instant. Boom! The power of flames rippled through the air for over 10 kilometers. PFFF. Ao Xinyu's eyes widened, and he threw up a mouthful of blood as his body flew through the air like a cannonball for several kilometers. Xianyu, Ao Meng yelled in a panicked voice. Seventh Prince. Lu Jinhai's expression also shifted drastically. Ao Xinyu wore an expression of shock and horror. How do you know the top-rate spell techniques of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe? And Lin's green turtle shell was extremely dazzling. Outside the turtle shell, scorching flames were burning as if they were going to evaporate the entire ocean. This was the fire god, Turtle Immortal Mode. He slowly withdrew his fist. The #1 spear technique in the eastern region of the Tai Chu continent? It's nothing special. Chapter 11:28. Ao Xinyu was infuriated by Lin's words, and he threw up another mouthful of blood. What's your relationship with the Heavenly Turtle Tribe? Why do you know their top-tier defensive spell technique? He gripped his spear tightly, and his expression was no longer as relaxed as before. As for why he thought that Lin's spell technique was a Heavenly Turtle Tribe spell technique, he couldn't deny it after seeing that dazzling turtle shell. Thinking back to his first battle against a return to Void Stage Heavenly Turtle Tribe mighty figure in the ancient Taichu realm, he had also seen this kind of insane defensive spell technique. The defensive spell technique Lin was using now was clearly a lot more advanced than that of the mighty figure he had encountered in the past. I have nothing to do with the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. This is my self-invented war god armor. And Lin spoke with a righteous expression. Ao Xinyu's veins bulged. Nonsense. You're using a turtle shell as a war god armor. Don't insult the title of war god. And Lin also flared up with rage. What? Are you looking down on my turtle shell? The enraged duo collided into each other again. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of energy erupted at the bottom of the ocean again, as if the entire ocean was going to be flipped over. Ao Xinyu no longer chose to trade blow for blow. Instead, he relied on his extremely agile spear techniques to attack Lin's turtle shell over and over again. And Lin was struck a few more times in just a few minutes, and his green turtle shell was beginning to crack open. At the same time, Ao Xinyu was also struck by a fist, almost to the point where his internal organs were pulverized. Son, let's get back to the Dragon Court. Ao Meng could see that Ao Xinyu was on a losing end. The basic pattern of the battle was that Ao Xinyu would attack the turtle shell over and over again, and Lin's health would drop by 100, -100, -100. Then Ao Xinyu would be struck by a fist, and his health would drop by 1,000 F***. If this continued, Ao Xinyu was going to be screwed. Xiao Zhe and the others had initially wanted to help Lin, but it looked like they didn't have to. On the other hand, the commander of the Dragon Court's Divine Guardian Squad, Lu Jinhai, seemed to be unable to accept the scene before him. He mumbled, "Impossible, the seventh prince is the war god of our Dragon Court. How could he lose?" It clenched its claws and trembled slightly. It couldn't help but roar. "Seventh prince, are you still not going to risk your life at a time like this? Kill all these people and avenge the second prince. Revenge my A***s. Ao Meng unleashed a vicious slap toward Lu Jinhai. The Dragon King's furious attack was so terrifying that Lu Jinhai screamed and fell to the ground. Ao Meng was extremely enraged, and he had been trying to persuade Ao Xinyu to retreat this entire time. However, the leader of the Divine Guardian Squad suddenly jumped out at a time like this and opposed him. Upon hearing Lu Jinhai's words, a ferocious light flashed through Ao Xinyu's eyes. His body expanded abruptly as a series of dragon scales appeared on his skin, and his aura swelled explosively. Spiral Dragon Slaying Spear. The muscles on the Dragon Court War God's arms bulged, and the immortal tool, the 1,000-change Dragon Slaying Spear, twisted into a spiral shape. A silvery white dragon claw appeared at the tip of the spear, and the projection of an extremely mighty white dragon appeared behind him. This was the technique that had made him renowned across the entire Tai Chu continent. Just one spear strike was enough to kill a poison demon emperor of the East Sea at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. Go! The 1,000-change dragon-slaying spear was like a spinning drill that was capable of shattering all things and twisting space as it stabbed toward Lin's turtle shell. And Lin activated all of his latent potential to the maximum in order to defend himself against Ao Xinyu's attack. This spear strike was extremely fast, and not only was the spiral dragon slaying spear spinning in a spiral, even the space around it began to twist and warp. The twisted space was like a bottomless vortex that sucked in Lin's body. There was no way to evade this attack, and Lin immediately stepped up his evading turtle shell defense while unleashing another merciless punch toward Ao Xinyu's head. The spiral dragon-slaying spear pierced through the turtle shell in a frenzy, and Lin's fist also began to fall upon Ao Xinyu's face. Break through! A deranged expression appeared on Ao Xinyu's face as he chose to trade injury for injury again. Crack! Boom! The spell technique that Tianqinji was most proud of was broken by Lin's spear. The sharp spear struck Lin's body of the war god. Ao Xinyu's face had already been flattened by Lin's fist. The 1,000-change dragon-slaying spear also stabbed into Lin's chest, and a sharp screeching sound erupted alongside the sound of his divine body being torn apart. The terrifying power of twisting twisted his flesh before slowly proliferating outward. He was trying to twist Lin's bones and meridians along with his attack before destroying them. Unfortunately, he didn't get the chance to do so, and Lin's fist crashed down with unstoppable force, and Ao Xinyu's skull felt like it was about to explode. Bam! An earth-shattering boom erupted. Ao Xinyu's head was flattened, and his eyes rolled over into the back of his head as he threw up blood and shattered teeth. Right before the astonished eyes of Ao Meng, Lu Jinhai, and Xiao Zhe, the Dragon Court War God was knocked flying for tens of thousands of meters by Lin's fist, and Lin was still standing on the spot. The shattered turtle shell gradually disappeared, but the flames were still burning, illuminating the entire inky black seabed like the sun. He held a hand over the ghastly hole in his chest, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. At that moment, he was like an invincible war god. Dragon Court War God? Is that all you've got? He spoke in a nonchalant voice, but no one dared to say anything. The general of the Divine Guardian Squad opened his mouth, but he couldn't find any words to retort. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face before he pulled out a 5th-grade immortal fruit from his storage ring and began to chew on it. This immortal fruit was known as the 6th Revolution Azure Essence Fruit, and it possessed extremely powerful healing effects. His injuries were actually more severe than they appeared on the surface. Xianyu! Ao Meng yelled as he charged toward Ao Xinyu, and Lin yelled at Xiao Zhe and the others, "Get Ao Xinyu for me!" Xiao Zhe, Bryce, and Su Xiaolan all began to hold off Lu Jinhai. Tina had mastered spatial skipping, so she was even faster than Ao Meng in short-distance sprinting. A white streak of light flashed, and she instantly appeared before Ao Xinyu. She grabbed Ao Xinyu and performed another spatial skipping to appear before Lin. And Lin grabbed Ao Xinyu and pressed his evil-slaying sword against Ao Xinyu's neck. At this moment, Ao Xinyu's cold features had become extremely ghastly. His eyes were glazed over, and he was mumbling incoherently as if he had been hammered into a pulp. "Hell! And Lin, what are you trying to do to my son?" Ao Meng's eyes were crimson as he flared up with rage. He didn't really care about Ao Xinyu's death. However, Ao Xinyu was a return to Void final stage mighty figure and a core pillar of the entire Dragon Court. Killing him would be equivalent to destroying the foundation of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, and that was something that Ao Meng couldn't tolerate. "You might not believe me, but I really don't want to do anything to your son." And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. "Then what do you want?" Ao Meng calmed himself down as he stared intently at Lin. "I already told you, the 4-9 Immortal Sect is facing a financial crisis, so I just want to borrow some money from you. I'll pay you back in the future." And Lin spoke with a resigned expression, "But your son tried to kill me right away, so I changed my mind. I want to rob you now." Xiao Zhe and the others drew a sharp intake of breath. Ao Meng and Lu Jinhai also drew a sharp intake of breath. What the F***CK? Wasn't that the same thing? Chapter 11:29. Lu Jinhai chuckled coldly in his heart. If Lin really wanted to kill him, his son would be dead by the time he called for reinforcements. Lu Jinhai continued to chuckle coldly in his heart. "It wasn't your storage ring that was lost. It was my storage ring. So of course you'd be optimistic. From this day forth, the Dragon Court would most likely not be able to mess with the 4-9 Immortal Sect anymore. You." Ao Meng's body trembled with rage. I'm going to Lu Jinhai." Su Xiaolan reluctantly believed him. "And Lin, I believe you." The father and son embraced one another, creating an extremely touching scene. Ao Meng had already sworn a Dao Heart vow that he wouldn't attack Lin no matter how angry he was. Ao Meng suddenly let loose an almighty roar before transforming into a bolt of black lightning that tore through the seawater. And Lin! Ao Meng immediately made his way over to him. "Don't say anything yet. Hurry up and heal your injuries. And Lin, didn't you say you were going to kill me here?" "I only wanted to borrow 10 million spirit stones, really." And Lin chuckled. "You almost killed me and wasted a 5th-grade immortal fruit on me. I'm not going to lend you any more money. I'm going to rob you. And Lin, don't go too far." Ao Meng roared again. "Ao Xinyus, I'm going to swear a Dao Heart vow never to harm any members of the 4-9 Immortal Sect," was cut off by the Dragon King's words. That's right. The Dragon King of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas had chosen to run away. This was the first time he had seen someone act so shamelessly. "Giant and Lin is becoming more and more of a villain," Tina couldn't help but remark. Tina had mastered spatial skipping, so catching up to Lu Jinhai was a piece of cake for her. And Lin rolled his eyes. "What are you talking about, Dragon King? What kind of robbery is for a specific amount of money? A real robbery is for you to take all of the other party's belongings." Borrowing 10 million spirit stones was equivalent to robbing 10 million spirit stones. It really did sound the same. He carted Ao Xinyu into the Dragon Court's healing formation as he spoke. 10 million spirit stones? Ao Meng was a little enraged. "That's impossible. I don't have that much money. I haven't said anything about you yet. If you had rushed over, we wouldn't have ended up like this." "Father, Ao Xinyu came to his senses and spoke with great difficulty. "Oh, that's right. Prior to his departure, he also made Ao Xinyu and Lu Jinhai swear Dao Heart vows that they wouldn't attack any members of the 4-9 Immortal Sect in the future in order to express the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the 4-9 Immortal Sect's eternal brotherhood. It turned out that borrowing money and robbing were really different for Lin. Dragon King, wait for me." Lu Jinhai shouted for help. Thump, thump, thump. Pa pa pa. Da da da. Poo piu piu. and Lin handed Ao Xinyu over to Lu Jinhai before extending a salute. "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Lu Jinhai and Mr. Ao Xinyu. I'll be sure to remember what you've done for me, and I'll be sure to repay you once the 4-9 Immortal Sect transcends this ordeal." "No problem. Leave your storage rings behind, and I'll keep Ao Xinyu safe." And Lin patted his chest. "I'm a professional." Ao Meng was enraged by Ao Xiao's reaction. "Stop! Don't let him get away." And Lin suddenly yelled. "The 7th Dragon King." Prince thought about it for a moment before giving up in the end. Ao Meng seemed to be able to guess what they were thinking, and a pained expression appeared on his face. "Don't blame me for leaving you behind to get reinforcements. After all, I can't beat Lin and his gang. There are precious Dragon Tribe treasures in my storage rings, so I can't lose them. As such, the only thing I can do is go back to the Dragon Court to get reinforcements." And Lin and the others chased after him. But the Dragon King had fled far too suddenly this time, so it was very difficult for them to catch up. Lu Jinhai's face convulsed, and he almost let loose a torrent of abuse. Chills ran down Lu Jinhai's spine, and he could only flee into the distance. Even Ao Xinyu shot a feeble glance at Ao Meng. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" And Lin's lips twitched at the sight of the trusting expression on Ao Xiao's face. And Lin wasn't going to kill them. After all, they were here to borrow money anyway, so it wasn't a good idea to fight and kill each other. After exchanging a few polite words with them, they departed. And Lin and the others were a little dumbstruck. Never would they have thought that Ao Meng would abandon his son for a storage ring. "Son, you're finally back safe and sound. I was just about to get reinforcements to save you." Ao Meng immediately ran over to greet Ao Xinyu and Lu Jinhai with tears streaming down his face. The blue dragon also fled into the distance. The two groups of people had separated. Everyone was dumbfounded, and Lin had only just finished speaking when he took Ao Xinyu's storage ring and refined it before stowing it away into his own storage ring. As she spoke, she walked towards her courtyard unhurriedly, obviously intending to sleep. Ao Xiao yawned as she stood beside Ao Meng, and she spoke in a soft voice. "What? You're fine now. I'm going back to sleep now." Because it was useless even if he said it. Only then did Lin and the others regain their senses. There was still a mighty figure of the Dragon Clan here. However, before he could run far, he was caught up by a group of good-natured people. Ao Meng. In the face of Lin's scolding, the crowd surprisingly remained silent. "Xiaoza, didn't you say you were going to wipe us out? I'll give you a chance now, don't run." "Do you think I'm the kind of person who steals money from others?" Ao Meng almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Asterisk kiss, asterisk hence. "And Lin, don't think I'm going to let this slide. I'm going to make you pay for what you've done today." A vicious expression appeared on Ao Meng's face. "Let go of my son." Ao Meng roared with rage again. He was only going to lose 10 million from borrowing money, but he was going to take everything he had. And Lin glowered at everyone with an enraged expression. He was very angry, but there was nothing he could do. What the hell? Why did he feel like he was interacting with Lin when he was interacting with his eldest daughter? As long as you're fine. You have to learn to be optimistic and optimistic. After all, where there's life, there's hope. Even if your storage ring is stolen, you can still earn it back in the future. Ao Meng consoled, and Lin had successfully converted 2 Dragon Court mighty figures from enemies into friends. This was an extremely touching sight to behold. He even wanted the storage rings of other Dragon Clan mighty figures. Was he trying to kill all of them? "I'm glad you understand." Ao Meng gave Ao Xinyu a hug with excitement. Ao Meng asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Ao Xiaowu did not retort in the face of Ao Meng's rebuke. Instead, she nodded slowly. All right. It's all my fault. If there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep now." They had stumbled into a blind spot, and they had finally come to their senses. A smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Hasn't he always been like this? I've never seen him suffer a loss. If someone tries to bully him, he'll definitely try to bully them back even more. And Lin was completely unmoved. Ao Meng, your son is still in my hands. Do you not want him anymore? And Lin transmitted his voice to Ao Xinyu. Ao Xinyu added in his mind, you're just afraid of death and losing money, right? I understand. Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. The Dragon King was enraged, and the seawater within a radius of over 50 kilometers surged violently, as if it were gathering power. I understand. Ao Xinyu spoke with difficulty. Lu Jinhai lay at the bottom of the ocean with bruises all over his face, and his storage ring had been taken by Lin. Ao Xinyu's features paled. Lu Jinhai returned to the Dragon Court with Ao Xinyu. You have to believe me. However, there was no response from the black dragon in the distance. Chapter 1130. A huge splash erupted over the boundless ocean. The black dragon, over 10,000 feet in length, let loose an elated roar before landing on a nearby island. Its arrival made all of the living beings on the island tremble in fear. Little Xiao, don't make too much noise when you land. It's not good to scare some of the plants and flowers. And Lin leaped down from the black dragon's head before instructing in a meaningful and heartfelt voice. Yes, master. The black dragon nodded obediently before transforming into a handsome young man again. And Lin sat on the beach with Xiao, Zhe, Bryce, Su Xiaolan, and Tina all gathered around him with anticipation in their eyes as they looked at Lin. I've heard that the dragon tribe has a lot of treasures. Is that true? Tina's gem-like eyes widened as she flew around Lin and stared at his storage ring. Bryce shook his head. I've heard that the dragon tribe is the wealthiest tribe among all of the major tribes, and they love to hunt and hide treasures. There must be a lot of treasures in there. But the dragon tribe likes to hide treasures, but they don't necessarily hide them in their storage rings. They like to store their treasures in their treasure vaults and look around when they have nothing better to do. Su Xiaolan offered a different opinion. Xiaolan is right. That's exactly how I am. Xiao Zhe nodded in agreement, and Lin swallowed. There's no point in talking about this. We'll know how many treasures there are when we open the storage ring. Now, it's time to open the storage ring. He refined and opened Lu Jinhai's storage ring first. He was the leader of the Divine Guardian Squad of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the Return to Void intermediate stage. Just what kind of treasures would he have? He completely exposed the contents of the storage ring to make it look like he was opening the storage ring. Rumble, the ground tremored violently. Everyone was dumbstruck by the scenes unfolding before their eyes. Xiao Zhe murmured to himself, "What is this?" What had appeared before everyone was a mountain of beautiful women. Each of them was a beautiful woman in a myriad of poses. They were all smiling sweetly and had exquisite dragon horns on their heads. Everyone was mesmerized by the sight of the mountains of beautiful women, and Lin silently made his way forward and laid his hand on one of the busted beauties. This is fake. There's no aura of life, but it's soft and warm. He really couldn't think of any words to describe his current mood. He was dizzy from the mountain of beauties in front of him. Xiao's mouth was dripping with glittering liquid. Is this a work of art? And Lin's mouth twitched. What a piece of art! Wasn't this just an inflatable doll from the mortal world? It was just that this thing was more lifelike than the ones in the mortal world. And it felt better. If that's the case, it doesn't sound bad. Giant and Lin, this thing is so disgusting. Let's just return it, Tina said with a disdainful expression, and Lin was about to retort. Su Xiaolan sneered, "Return my ass." And Lin was overjoyed and shouted, understanding orchid. Su Xiaolan continued, "Such a disgusting thing. Of course, we should burn it." And Lin, Why does Lu Jinhai have so many female dragon tribe cultivators? Could it be that he's plotting to create some kind of powerful puppet army? Bryce analyzed with a serious expression. That's right, that's very likely the case. We have to keep these things and unearth the truth behind them, Xiaozi said with an excited expression, and Lin nodded in agreement. Leave it to me to unravel Lu Jinhai's plot. He didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence when flames suddenly fell from the sky. Boom! The holy flames roared and illuminated the entire island, as if they were going to purify all evil in this world. The mountain of beauties in front of everyone was instantly incinerated into ashes by the holy flames, and Lin and Xiaozi's mouths gaped open, and they felt as if their hearts had been torn apart. Lu Jinhai's evil artifact must be destroyed while it's still in the cradle. We have to be decisive and eliminate it from its roots. Su Xiaolan spoke with a serious expression as a few wisps of holy flames revolved around her fingertips. And Lin and Xiaozi, "You're right, Xiaolan! Well done!" Tina yelled in support. There was always a mountain higher than the one before it. When the righteous rose a foot, the evil rose 10. And Lin and Xiaozi could only accept this cruel reality after their hearts throbbed with heartache. At this moment, in the dragon court of the eastern seas, Lu Jinhai, he was recuperating from his injuries as he heaved a forlorn sigh. Sigh, I've planned and built a harem of beautiful female puppets for such a long time, and Lin and the others really got off easy. If I get the chance in the future, I'm going to take back my harem. Hatred flashed through Lu Jinhai's eyes as a ball of flames burned in his chest. However, what he didn't expect was that this dream of his would never come true on an unknown island. After the group of unknown beauties had been purified, there were still many treasures that appeared from his storage ring, and Lin did an inventory to find that there were a total of 3,200,000 spirit stones, 6 high-rank spirit tools, 20 spirit pills, 2 immortal pills made by the dragon tribe, several tons of special sea products, and a pile of shiny golden metal objects that he didn't know if they were useful or not. All in all, it was not bad. The spirit stones were handed over to Xiaozi for safekeeping. The immortal pills made by the dragon tribe were very useful to dragon tribe mighty figures, so Lin gave all of them to Su Xiaolan. She had the bloodline of a true dragon, so these immortal pills were very useful to her. As for the rest of the treasures, they were split among Lin and the others. Let's see what Ao Xinyu has next. An excited smile appeared on Lin's face. This dragon court or god should be able to give them a pleasant surprise. The storage ring was refined, and all of the spatial items were released. Rumble! Another burst of violent tremors erupted, and Lin was almost blinded by the sight of a shimmering golden mountain. That's right, everyone was blinded again, and Lin took a deep breath. Is this AF * King Mountain of Gold? The mountain in front of him was very layered and looked very beautiful. It exuded the light of a tycoon under the sun. Xiaozi couldn't help but make his way over to touch the mountain before him, upon which his entire body began to tremble. Master, this really is a mountain of gold, and it's a mountain of 99. 999999999 gold. We're rich. And Lin was completely dumbstruck. This mountain of gold was around 100 meters tall. How much would it be worth based on the shape of a pyramid with a 60-degree angle? This was no longer a simple question of whether or not he had a mine. My home has a mountain of gold. What mountain? A mountain of gold. Wait, I'm a cultivator. What do I need a mountain of gold for? And Lin suddenly came to his senses. A cold expression then appeared on his face, as if he didn't care about money at all. Master, if you don't want it, give it to me. Xiaozi's breathing accelerated. Su Xiaolan's face was also flushed. What a beautiful mountain! And Lin was dumbstruck. Weren't these two a little too worldly? Right. The dragon tribe seemed to have a special liking for shiny golden items. In the end, and Lin gave this strange mountain of gold to Xiaoza. Chapter 1131. After the Golden Mountain was distributed, Ao, Xinyu, still had some other things. And Lin didn't take Ao Xinyu's immortal tool, the 1,000-change dragon-slaying spear. Perhaps it was because Ao Xinyu was holding onto the spear with a death grip even when he was about to be hammered to death. Or perhaps it was because Lin had thought of the principle of leaving a way out for others in the future. Seeing as Ao Xinyu was so insistent, Lin decided to leave the immortal tool to Ao Xinyu. He didn't lack an immortal tool anyway. On the island, vital stones were piled up in a dense pile. 1,120 vital stones. That's the equivalent of 11,200,000 spirit stones. He's so rich. And Lin couldn't help but exclaim, "We've finally gathered all the spirit stones we need to repair the Starfire battleship." Xiao Zhe was elated. "Confiscate all of the spirit stones. The rest will be the sect's discretionary funds." And Lin waved a hand and made arrangements for the pile of spirit stones. Then there were over 20 spirit tools, over 50 spirit pills, and a large pile of treasures of the East Sea. And Lin only wanted sword-related spirit tools and gave the rest to Su Xiaolan and the others. Everyone picked out the treasures they needed from the ground. In the end, there was only a pair of gargantuan white claws. Everyone revolved around this pair of white claws as they pondered their uses. And Lin had used his divine inspection technique to confirm that this was a divine rank bone claw left behind by a Dao integration stage divine dragon of the primordial dragon tribe. Even though he didn't know how Ao Xinyu had obtained this, it was undoubtedly the most valuable item. Living beings related to the dragon tribe might be able to attain some enlightenment from this ancestor's claws. How about I take one claw and Master's wife takes the other? Xiao Zhe suggested. Su Xiaolan's heart warmed up upon hearing this. That's a good idea. And Lin didn't have any objections, but the image of a white figure suddenly flashed through his mind, and he immediately spoke up for Dabai. "I think Dabai's technique is called the Chaotic Sky-Crushing Claw, right? It's a high-rank spirit tool that's about to rank up. Can we add some dragon claws to it to make it even more powerful?" Xiaoza patted his chest. "Don't worry, leave this to me. I know a thing or two about forging." "A little bit? Can you do it? Don't blow up Dabai's claws." And Lin was a little worried. Xiaoza scratched his head and said, "Master, I'm actually quite humble. What I mean is, as long as you give me enough materials, I can even create immortal artifacts." And Lin, "My God, you're actually such an awesome armament refiner. Only now do I know. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" And Lin was shocked. "But you didn't ask." Xiaoza looked aggrieved. Su Xiaolan rubbed the space between her eyebrows. "I'm afraid this is the master who understands his disciples the most in history." And Lin suffered a critical blow. In the end, Ao Xinyu's 4 immortal sect assets were distributed. Dabai's matter was left to Xiaoza. The group spent 9 days on the island without any worries or worries. Some of them were cultivating, some of them were cooking, and some of them were cultivating to become false immortals. Time passed by quickly, and nothing happened on this part of the ocean. However, Lin and the others knew that the real battle was only about to begin. It was time to pay respects to the ancestors on Heavenly Dragon Island. The main mission of the 4 immortal sects money-borrowing team had already been completed. However, after Lin and the others encountered mythological beast Basya and the dragon turtle Divine Mountain, not only did Su Xiaolan get a peculiar feeling, but even Xiaoza was also struck by a peculiar feeling. They all felt like there was a great opportunity on the Divine Mountain. As the sect leader, Lin naturally had to be concerned about the development of the sect's core members. So he decided to enter the so-called Dragon Tribe restricted area with the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, in a region of the ocean where dark clouds gathered. Gale force winds howled, massive waves surged, and lightning wreaked havoc. It was like a perilous region of the ocean. Regardless of whether it was the fishing creatures of the East Sea or the sea monsters of the deep sea, all of them fled this region of the ocean. There was once a stubborn sea monster that refused to leave, and a bolt of purple lightning fell from the sky, striking the ocean 5 kilometers away, upon which the sea monster was instantly charred to a crisp. This was hell for the weak of the East Sea, but it was also the gathering place for the powerful beings of the East Sea. A series of powerful dragons circled in the sky, as if they were the rulers of the sky and the ocean, summoning the wind and summoning the rain with unstoppable might. There was a gargantuan island directly in front of them. In other words, it was a mythological beast carrying a divine mountain on its back. This was the burial site of the dragon tribe patriarchs. It was both a tomb and a place with boundless opportunities. Almost all of the core members of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas were absent from the once-a-decade ancestral worship ceremony. No matter where they were or what they were doing, they would all rush to participate. Dragon King Ao Meng stood at the forefront of the Dragon Tribe army. Among his 21 children, there were a total of 13 of them, including those who had died, defected, and had yet to reach the soul formation stage. There were also a total of 5 young prodigies of the 3rd generation. This meant that there were 18 direct descendants of the Ao family dragon tribe present. Aside from that, there were also non-Ao family dragon tribe members, such as the Divine Guardian Squad Commander Lu Jinhai and the Divine Guardian Squad Captain Xiaozhe. There were a total of 28 dragon tribe powerful beings present. 10 of them were returned to Void Stage mighty figures. What was even more terrifying was that Ao Meng was accompanied by return to Void Final Stage Ao Xiao, Ao Qingyu, and Ao Xinyu. It was not an exaggeration to say that this lineup could crush all of the powers and living beings of the East Sea. Ha ha ha. All of us gathered here are invincible in the East Sea. Who isn't afraid of us? This is the true power of our Dragon Court. Ao Meng couldn't help but sigh with emotion upon seeing this. If Enlin and the others were still here, they would definitely piss their pants. Ao Mingyu waved the fan in his hand with a faint smile. Humph. Ao Meng harumphed coldly. If Enlin shows up here, I'm going to beat the sh*t out of him. He's that powerful. Then come and beat me up. A voice suddenly sounded. In the distance, a man stood atop a black dragon and flew toward them atop a cloud. All of the dragon tribe, powerful beings from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, stared at the man with astonishment on their faces. Ao Meng's expression shifted drastically as he let loose a cry of surprise. Howl! And Lin, why are you here? I'm here to give you a chance to fulfill your promise. And Lin spoke with a warm smile. Ao Meng almost threw up a mouthful of blood from rage. What the F***CK? Never would he have thought that Enlin would have the guts to face the entire Dragon Court and appear before all of the Dragon Court's eyes. Roar! You're here to die. Killing intent surged from Ao Meng's body. The authority of the Dragon Tribe was inviolable, and Lin and the others dared to face the entire Dragon Court even after all of the powerful beings from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas had been mobilized. In the eyes of outsiders, this was an extremely courageous act. However, to the proud Dragon Tribe, this was an extreme insult. Chapter 1132. Ao Meng was extremely enraged. The humiliation of being chased by Enlin was still fresh in his mind. You're the ones who walked right into my trap, so don't blame me for being merciless. He waved a hand through the air. All returned to Void Stage, winged dragons. Go and subdue Enlin and the others. Only 4 of the 10 returned to Void Stage, winged dragons, including the Dragon King, stepped forward upon hearing this. The 4 returned to Void Stage, winged dragons. Ao Meng's eyes widened as he turned toward the other 5 return to Void Stage, winged dragons. What's going on with you guys? Ao Mingyu and Ao Qingyu spoke with aggrieved expressions. Didn't we swear Dao heart vows? You know what we're talking about. Ao Meng only came to his senses now. He had been so enraged by the sight of Enlin that he had completely forgotten about the spirit stone mine vows. However, that didn't matter. There were still 2 return to void final stage mighty figures, which was more than enough to deal with Enlin and the others. The Dragon King turned toward Ao Xinyu, Lu Jinhai, and Ao Xiao. What's going on with you guys? Ao Xinyu replied expressionlessly, Father, Enlin is no idiot. After you ran away, he made me swear a Dao heart vow not to attack the 4-9 immortal sect. Lu Jinhai chimed in, Me too. Ao Meng's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. He felt like 10,000 mythological beasts had *kept him up. Then Xiao. Ao Meng paused momentarily before speaking. Ao Xiao spoke in a gentle voice. Don't worry, Father, I won't let Enlin bully our dragon court. Ao Meng heaved a sigh of relief and was just about to speak. However, I won't take the initiative to battle either. If I'm also forced to swear a vow, then our dragon court will be screwed. Ao Meng. His words were stuck in his throat, and Lin almost burst into laughter upon seeing this, and he cracked his knuckles with a benevolent smile. So the dragon court is only sending these 4 people to practice with? The 4 returned to void stage winged dragons shuddered, and they silently retreated behind Dragon King Ao Meng before looking up into the sky and whistling as if nothing had happened. None of the 4 return to void final stage mighty figures of the dragon court appeared. Among the 4 of them, the most powerful one among them was only at the return to void intermediate stage. How were they supposed to fight Enlin? Fight my ass. Wasn't he looking for trouble? It wasn't like they were mortal enemies. So why did he have to humiliate himself like this? Ao Meng's face turned even redder with rage upon seeing this, and he gritted his teeth so hard that sparks were about to explode. Was the 4-9 immortal sect the natural nemesis of the Dragon Court? It shouldn't have set its eyes on that mine a few months ago. Ao Meng was both remorseful and angry. The 2 forces were locked in a stalemate. With Ao Xiao not participating, none of the Dragon Court powerful beings dared to attack the 4-9 immortal sect. And Lin wasn't going to take the initiative to fight the Dragon Court either. If Ao Xiao got serious, then even he would most likely be unable to handle it. The risk was too great, so it was better to play it safe. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the ancestral worship ceremony would be so interesting? Finally, it's not going to be so boring. A majestic voice suddenly rang out, inadvertently producing sound waves that even formed shock waves, creating huge waves in a radius of several dozen kilometers. Mythological beast Ba Xia raised its head, and a smile appeared on its face. The green veined patterns on its skin were like ravines, and its face was slightly furrowed. This was a very devilish smile, indicating that it was enjoying itself immensely. All right, it's time for the ancestral worship ceremony. All eligible dragon tribe descendants may proceed to the Dragon Turtle Divine Mountain to pay their respects, Ba Xia announced. Boom! A semi-transparent blue halo began to appear. This was the enchantment barrier that Ba Xia had set up. At the same time, a blue gate of light appeared in front of the Divine Mountain. From the information provided by Bai Lian, and Lin and the others knew that this gate of light was the passageway to the ancestral worship ceremony grounds. As long as they could pass through it, they would be recognized by the ancestral worship ceremony grounds. Let's go! Ao Meng repressed the rage in his heart and shot a glance at Enlin and the others before transforming into human forms and flying toward the gate of light. Enlin and the others looked at one another before following along behind them. One dragon court of the Eastern Seas dragon tribe, cultivators, after another passed through the gate of light. A dangerous light flashed through Ao Meng's eyes at the sight of Enlin and the others following along. He Sect leader and Lin Shi is brave to allow Xiao Zhe to enter this divine mountain by himself. Our dragon tribe will be sure to entertain our brethren well. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Zhe's face, and he was not nervous in the slightest. He swaggered into the gate of light. Dragon King brat, you have to entertain me well. If you don't, I'll hold you responsible. Who are you calling a brat? Ao Meng's eyes were burning with rage. I'm talking about you, Xiao Zhe admitted. Even a return to void final stage dragon, tribe mighty figure, had sworn a vow. So all other return to void stage mighty figures were nothing more than massages to him. Xiao Zhe entered without any resistance from Boss Ya's enchantment barrier. You're all alone here. I have 100 ways to kick you out of the dragon, Turtle Mountain. A cruel smile appeared on Ao Meng's face. However, right at this moment, a lithe and graceful figure passed through the gate of light and arrived beside Xiao Zhe. Ao Meng and all of the other Dragon Court powerful beings were rooted to the spot. How did you get in here? Ao Mingyu exclaimed. Senior Boss Ya, is there something wrong with this situation? Ao Meng murmured as he turned toward Boss Ya. However, Boss Ya couldn't even be bothered to turn his head as he continued to stare blankly ahead. No one without the Dragon Tribe bloodline could enter the Dragon Tribe ancestral worship ground. Even Boss Ya couldn't defy this rule, as this was a rule set down by their ancestors. However, this human woman in front of them had refreshed their worldview. That's right, she was Su Xiaolan of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. She was able to pass through Boss Ya's enchantment barrier, which means that her identity has been acknowledged by our ancestors. Could it be that Ao Meng's pupils contracted? A piece of information appeared in his mind. Su Xiaolan was a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sect. A conjecture that had never been mentioned before and had never thought of understanding or exploring suddenly surged into the old Dragon King's mind, causing his breathing to quicken. Who are you? One of the Dragon Tribe mighty figures asked. All of the Dragon Tribe mighty figures were astonished and perplexed. Su Xiaolan ignored them. She just stood silently by Xiao's side with her head raised. Her eyes were clear and calm, and the jade barley ink garment fluttered gracefully in the wind like a green lotus that exuded an otherworldly holiness and pride. From a bloodline perspective, she was basically related to all of the Dragon Tribe powerful beings here. However, she would never admit this identity, unless Ao Xiao wanted to kill her. That's right, this was the agreement she had made with Enlin. Otherwise, Enlin wouldn't be able to trust Su Xiaolan to enter the Dragon Tribe restricted area with Xiao Zhe. Xiaolan really went in. Let me try as well. Tina followed along behind before crashing into the enchantment barrier. Little Na, you're not a Dragon Tribe cultivator, so stop messing around. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face as he tried to grab Tina away from the enchantment barrier. All of a sudden, his hand accidentally passed through the enchantment barrier. It was as if the enchantment barrier didn't exist. Enlin felt like something was amiss. He inserted his hand into the gate of light to find that it didn't reject him. A bold idea suddenly appeared in Enlin's mind. He took a deep breath, took a step forward, and walked into the passage of the rippling door of light. 3 seconds later, Enlin appeared beside Xiao Zhe and Su Xiaolan, and he scratched his head in confusion. All of the powerful beings from the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas and the 4-9 Immortal Sect were completely dumbstruck. Chapter 1133. If Su Xiaolan's entry into the Dragon Turtle Mountain could be traced, then what was Enlin's entry into this Dragon Tribe restricted area? Ao Meng was completely dumbstruck. Not only were all of the Dragon Tribe cultivators dumbstruck, but even their allies were also dumbstruck. Oh, right, and Lin himself was completely baffled as well. He knew that he didn't have the Dragon Tribe bloodline. As for why he was able to enter this place, it was all because he discovered that his hand had passed through the enchantment barrier when he was trying to grab Tina. Seeing as the enchantment barrier wasn't going to stop him, he was naturally happy to enter this place. Senior Basya, is there something wrong? Tears welled up in Ao Meng's eyes. Basya cocked his head to the side with an intrigued smile. There's actually nothing wrong with this. This is really interesting, hee hee. Senior Basya, may I ask how I was able to pass through this enchantment barrier? Could it be that I really do have the dragon tribe bloodline? And Lin asked in an urgent voice. He was far too curious about his own identity. All of the dragon tribe cultivators, all of the 4-9 immortal sect cultivators, all of the living beings present were astonished. So he didn't have asterisk king know. Everyone's skin crawled. Ao Meng looked as if he had seen a ghost, and he clasped a hand over his heart, which was about to explode. A smile appeared on Basya's face. Think about the name of this island, and think about the name of this mountain. The inheritance you obtained is far more complicated than you think. That's all I have to say. I wish you good luck. All of the dragon tribe powerful beings were completely dumbstruck. All of the 4-9 immortal sect cultivators who were familiar with Enlin fell into deep thought. Heavenly Dragon Island, Dragon Turtle Divine Mountain, inheritance obtained when everything was connected. A guest tore through all the mysteries like a clap of thunder. And Lin had an epiphany. Heavenly Dragon Island was actually the combined name of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe and the Dragon Tribe. The Dragon Turtle Divine Mountain was actually the Divine Mountain of the Dragon Tribe and the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. The inheritance Lin had obtained was the most powerful inheritance left behind by Tianqinji of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. This meant that not only could the younger generation of the Dragon Tribe enter, but it could also allow the younger generation of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe to enter as well. This was not just a restricted area for the Dragon Tribe, but also a restricted area for the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. In this case, it made sense that Enlin, who was related to the Heavenly Turtle Tribe, wasn't rejected by the barrier. Xiaolan is half a member of the Dragon Tribe. So does that mean I'm half a member of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe? Enlin blinked his eyes and suddenly shuddered. Xiaolan had half of the dragon bloodline. Could it be that he had accepted Tianqinji's inheritance and become a half-turtle's son? No. And Lin shouted in despair. If he really did possess the bloodline of the Heavenly Turtle Tribe, what kind of experience would it be if his body grew a turtle shell one day? Could it be that he wanted him to be Master Rashi? This was too terrifying. Everyone was shocked by Enlin's sudden, shattering cardiac roar. What was going on? Enlin, are you all right? Su Xiaolan hurriedly rushed over to support Enlin. Enlin's features were deathly pale, and he shook his head with difficulty. I'm fine. I'm fine. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed. You don't look fine at all. I'm really fine. I just thought of a certain unrealistic possibility. And Lin waved a hand and decided not to think about that possibility. He turned toward Tina and Bryce, who were still outside the enchantment barrier. Wait for me outside. Be careful. All right, Giant and Lin, you have to be careful too. Tina sat down on Bryce's branch and waved goodbye with a dainty smile. Ao Meng turned to Enlin with a grave expression. If Xiao Zhe and Su Xiaolan had just come in, he wouldn't have been so concerned. However, Enlin's combat prowess was comparable to that of a return to Void final stage super mighty figure. Aside from Ao Xiao, there was no one here who could stop him, so the Dragon King of the East Sea was getting a little nervous. Let's go. Ao Meng decided not to get into a conflict with Enlin here, and he led the way up the mountain. Enlin and the others followed along behind Ao Meng and the others upon seeing this. With a powerful being leading the way, why not? The Dragon Turtle Divine Mountain had a no-fly zone, so everyone quickly advanced along the mountain path. Along the way, there were lush trees and vibrant flowers, creating a picturesque scenery. I feel like even breathing is very comfortable here, Xiao Zhe chimed in. I feel the same way. Su Xiaolan nodded. Me too. And Lin chimed in. Xiao Zhe and Su Xiaolan turned toward Enlin with peculiar expressions on their faces. Why are you two looking at me like that?" And Lin was quite dejected. Su Xiaolan asked in a faint voice, "Are you really a turtle?" "It's the inheritance of the heavenly turtle tribe." And Lin clasped a hand over his chest with an earnest expression. A moment later, he was a little elated. "But I didn't think that you would be able to guess that." "Master, that green turtle shell of yours is so obvious. It's very easy for me to associate it with you." Xiao Zhe lashed out, "Green F asterisk king shell." And Lin swore to himself that in order to maintain his dignity and image, he would never use the evading turtle technique again. They were over 50 kilometers away from the summit of the Divine Mountain. Everyone had used spell techniques during their ascent, such as the wind flame wheels, the fleeting steps, or the ability to leap several hundred meters at a time. Not long after that, they reached the summit. In contrast to the spring weather at the base of the Dragon Turtle Divine Mountain, the summit was extremely cold. White snow stretched as far as the eye could see, and snowflakes danced in the sky. The summit of the mountain seemed to have been leveled by someone, as it was extremely flat. There was an extremely majestic statue of a huge dragon standing at the very center, and there were flourishing blue cherry blossoms growing all around it. The cherry blossoms danced in the chilly wind, and they seemed to be exuding the power of frost. "Is that dragon the ancestor they're praying to?" And Lin looked up at the dragon. From its appearance, there was nothing special about the statue. It was just an ordinary azure dragon that coiled in the air. It looked up at the sky with a proud and domineering expression, as if it were the ruler of heaven and earth. And Lin had experienced this feeling in too many places, so he had developed antibodies against it. That should be the ancestor of the dragon tribe. Su Xiaolan took a couple of steps forward with a scorching desire in her eyes. "It must be our ancestor." Xiao Zhe's breathing accelerated as he spoke with excitement, and Lin looked at the two of them with a perplexed expression. Both Su Xiaolan and Xiao Zhe seemed to be very reverent toward this statue. Could this be a special feeling that only members of the dragon tribe could have? He turned toward Ao Meng and the others. He then discovered that all of the dragon tribe powerful beings were looking at the statue with scorching reverence in their eyes. Even Ao Xiao's expression had become a lot more solemn than before. Is it really that amazing? And Lin was a little surprised. He suddenly recalled that he was related to the heavenly turtle tribe. Would he also be particularly reverent toward the turtle statue after seeing it? Gasp, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath at this thought. Too scary, this was too scary. He was in Lin, sword immortal, and the war god of the celestial court. Was he supposed to be reverent toward a turtle? No, that was impossible. Chapter 1134. And Lin's heart sank at the thought of this possibility. Speaking of which, there was a dragon tribe statue at the summit of the Dragon Turtle Divine Mountain. But where was the heavenly turtle tribe statue? And Lin was related to the heavenly turtle tribe, so he couldn't be worshipping the dragon tribe ancestor, right? He looked around, but he couldn't see any tortoises. At the summit of the Divine Mountain, there was nothing else aside from a majestic statue of the dragon tribe ancestor and a forest of blue cherry blossoms. The descendants of the dragon tribe pay their respects to the dragon tribe ancestor. May the dragon tribe ancestor bless our tribe. Ao Meng stood at the forefront of all the dragon tribe cultivators and made a strange hand seal before extending a bow toward the dragon tribe ancestor. All of the dragon tribe cultivators behind him followed suit. Xiaoza and Su Xiaolan's expressions also became extremely solemn at this moment as they imitated Ao Meng's hand seal and extended a bow toward the azure dragon statue. At that moment, the giant green dragon seemed to have come to life. It looked down at the group of dragons who were worshipping it. Green particles of light emitted from its body and rose into the sky like fireflies. The dense, dark clouds suddenly parted. Boom, 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 pillars of azure light tore through the dark clouds before descending upon all of the dragon tribe cultivators. Xiaoza and Su Xiaolan were also baptized by the Pillars of Light, except for Enlin. That's right, Enlin was like a husky who had accidentally exposed himself among a pack of wolves. All of the dragon tribe cultivators were baptized by the Pillars of Azure Light, and he was the only one standing there blankly. He didn't know what to do, and he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. He imitated Su Xiaolan and attempted to make a hand seal to extend a bow, but the dragon tribe ancestor completely ignored him. Is this the aura of the dragon tribe ancestor? It's such a pure feeling, as if it's the origin of everything, as if it's the pinnacle of Tao. Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up as she murmured to herself, I understand now. The true path that the true dragon bloodline pursues. Xiaoza seemed to have also attained enlightenment, and he closed his eyes in deep thought. It was quite clear that this ceremony was not just a simple bow. It was extremely beneficial to all of the dragon tribe cultivators, and Lin's heart itched at the sight of this. Where was his big turtle? The cyan light pillar began to dissipate, and all the dragon clan's experts had gained something. The happiest ones were Su Xiaolan and Xiaoza. They seemed to have comprehended something extremely important, and Lin knew that this was not the end. From the information provided by Bailian, there was another true trial awaiting them. The cyan dragon statue's eyes flashed, and the vermilion red door pillars rose from the ground. Between the two dragon-engraved door pillars, there was a water ripple-like gate that couldn't be seen inside. Aomeng turned to the dragon tribe cultivators behind him. The ancient Tai Chu dragon realm has already been opened. Remember, don't engage in battles that you're not confident of winning. Make sure to stay alive no matter what, and wait for the summoning in 2 days. At this moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea did not make any high-sounding declaration of war. Instead, he advised the powerhouses of the Dragon Clan to save their lives first. This was all because that place was really very dangerous. As for why they had to go even though it was so dangerous, it was naturally because there was something worth risking their lives for in there. What about the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm? And Lin smiled before turning to Su Xiaolan and Xiaoza. Do you want to go? Su Xiaolan and Xiaoza nodded in unison, without any hesitation. And Lin smiled. All right, I'll go with you. There were a total of 28 dragon tribe cultivators participating in the ceremony. However, there were only 20 who chose to enter the Gate of Light, and Lin, Su Xiaolan, and Xiaoza all chose to enter the Gate of Light. And Lin, you're not a dragon tribe cultivator, so why are you going in there? A crisp voice sounded in his mind. This was clearly a voice transmission technique. And Lin turned to discover a delicate and pretty dragon tribe woman with her hands clasped behind her back and a smile on her face. And Lin recognized this woman. She was Princess Inu, the only sister that Bai Lian was concerned about. Come to think of it, and Lin had saved her life before, so he could be considered a good friend. In order to avoid the Dragon King's detection, the two of them had a tacit understanding not to acknowledge each other. Now that the Dragon King had entered the Gate of Light, Inu couldn't help but start a conversation with Lin. And Lin transmitted his voice. I'm just curious, so I'm going in to broaden my horizons. Princess Inu couldn't help but chuckle. You really haven't changed. You're not going in. I'm so weak, so I'll pass. I'll be fine outside. I hope you can come back safely. Don't worry. I'm so bad *SS. I'll definitely come back safely. The two of them concluded their brief conversation, and Lin's figure disappeared into the Gate of Light. Ancient Tai Chu Dragon Realm. I'm here. The ancient Tai Chu Dragon Realm was actually the place where the dragon tribe resided. The ancient Tai Chu Dragon Realm was only open once every 100 years for a month. However, the ancient Tai Chu Dragon Realm was a little special. To put it more accurately, it was a back door that the dragon tribe ancestors had left for their descendants, and it only opened once every 5 years for 2 days. This realm was far away from the Void Star section of the ancient Tai Chu realm and was maintained by an extremely terrifying spell formation. even returned to void final stage mighty figures who had attained the power of the divine, Tao wouldn't suffer any backlash from entering this realm. Don't think for a second that this was a paradise. On the contrary, it was a realm of slaughter. This was a battlefield where the dragon tribe, powerful beings of the western dragon forest, the dragon court of the eastern seas, and the evil dragons of the ancient Tai Chu realm fought. This place was cursed by some kind of nomological power. If a dragon tribe cultivator killed another dragon tribe cultivator here, they would be able to absorb a certain percentage of their opponent's power and even improve their cultivation base. According to Bai Lian, her sixth sister, Aoi Wetang, was only at the soul formation intermediate stage when she entered the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm, but she had already progressed to the soul formation pinnacle stage after 2 days. This was why, even though the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm was so dangerous, the dragon tribe powerful beings were still willing to risk their lives to enter it. In this world, they would either soar into the sky or become nourishment for other dragon tribe cultivators. And Lin was struck by a dizzying sense of space. In the next instant, he appeared in an unfamiliar world. Su Xiaolan and Xiao Zhe were nowhere to be seen. The teleportation in the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm was actually the same as the teleportation in the ancient Tai Chu realm. And Lin stood atop a tall mountain as the frosty winds blew past. The earth was a series of mountain ranges, and the sky was a boundless, dazzling starry sky. The vastness of this place made him feel tiny and insignificant. Let's find Xiaolan first. This place is too dangerous. I have to be her guardian angel. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face. He rose onto his brick and flew toward a certain direction. As for why he was flying in that direction, that was actually a direction that Enlin had chosen blindly. He believed that he and Su Xiaolan had a telepathic connection, so as long as they flew in the right direction, they would definitely encounter one another. Chapter 1135. And Lin was very confident. He continued onward atop his brick, flying over countless mountains. Howl! A golden-eyed flying snake with a pair of dragon wings roared before pouncing toward Enlin. And Lin put 2 fingers together before slashing them toward the flying snake. The powerful sword Qi tore through the void with an ear-piercing, whistling sound. It instantly landed on the flying snake's body and cleanly cut it into 2. Insta-kill. And Lin shook his head. I didn't encounter any highly intelligent dragon tribe beings, but I did encounter many native mutant beasts with the bloodline of the dragon tribe, such as flying snake, dragon-tailed pangolin, dragon-claw tiger. I wonder what kind of strange things the ancestors of the dragon tribe did to the living beings of this world for there to be so many species with the bloodline of the dragon tribe. And Lin's mind was in a mess as he continued onward in a daze. Boom! A powerful divine sense suddenly swept past him. The hair on Lin's body instantly stood on end as he turned toward a certain direction. A black shadow sprang up from the ground before rushing toward Lin. Both sides appraised one another with peculiar expressions on their faces. This uninvited guest had a pair of inky black dragon horns, but his eyes were crimson. He had a pair of bat-like wings on his back, and he held a crimson trident in his hand. Both sides fell silent for a few seconds. What the hell is that? And Lin and the strange-looking dragon tribe man spoke in unison. And Lin, the dragon tribe man, you can talk? Are you a hybrid of the dragon tribe? And Lin was astonished. Ha ha ha, hybrid? I'm a pure-blooded dragon. You piece of sh*T. The dragon tribe man cackled with a ferocious expression. Who are you calling a piece of sh*T? And Lin's expression darkened with rage. I'm talking about you. You're a hybrid, right? You don't even have the characteristics of a dragon tribe and look just like a human. You're the real sh*T. A disdainful expression appeared on the dragon tribe man's face as his aura soared explosively, sweeping through the vital energy within a radius of 5 kilometers. His aura was terrifying, but to Enlin, this kind of aura paled in comparison. What do you mean by looking like a human? Your grandfather. I'm a human. And Lin's skin suddenly turned crimson gold, and his aura exploded. What? The man from the dragon tribe felt the terrifying aura, and his expression changed drastically. Rumble. The flames beneath and Lin's feet suddenly exploded, forming waves of flames that illuminated the entire night sky. Before the dragon man could react, and Lin had already rushed in front of him with the help of the terrifying force and punched him. So fast! The man from the dragon tribe had just placed the crimson trident in front of him to protect himself when a terrifying power surged towards him. It was an explosive power. With a tearing sound, the power of the fist smashed the trident into pieces, and the man's chest caved in. PFFF! The dragon tribe male spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew back thousands of meters. He almost fainted from the punch. Divine flames and holy flames revolved around Enlin's body, and he looked down at the man from the dragon tribe with a disdainful expression. Humph! A mere return to void intermediate stage, piece of trash dares to act so arrogantly in front of me? He was just about to continue flexing. However, he discovered that his opponent had fled without even turning back. The man from the dragon tribe fled without any hesitation. After being knocked flying, he immediately turned to flee, and he even used a mystic technique to do so. And Lin looked at the man who had fled for several dozen kilometers in the blink of an eye and finally gave up on pursuing him. He wouldn't be able to catch him even if he wanted to. Sigh, if only I knew Little Na's spatial skipping. And Lin was a little disconsolate. Thinking about it now, short-distance spatial skipping really was a miraculous technique for evading danger, killing enemies, and robbing treasures. And Lin swallowed a blood spirit pill before continuing to fly on his brick. That ** star just said that he was a pure-blood dragon tribe cultivator, but neither the western nor the eastern dragons look like that. Could it be that he's a powerful being from the ancient Tai Chu realm? Dragon horns, crimson eyes, bat wings, and a pitchfork. What a low profile. If it weren't for those dragon horns, I would have thought that he was a member of the true demon tribe. And Lin couldn't help but grumble about the appearance of this tribe before continuing to fly on his own, within a region rife with tall, sharp mountains. Master Dark Knight, Trident, you finally returned from your hunt. Master Dark Knight, Trident, how did you get injured? The two men with dragon horns and crimson eyes let loose cries of surprise upon seeing Enlin. The man clasped a hand over his chest as he swallowed a spirit pill with a grave expression. I encountered an extremely freakishly powerful human. The dragon tribe male was none other than the return to void stage mighty figure that had been knocked flying by Enlin's fist. What did you say? How could a human be here? The two subordinates wore expressions of shock and disbelief. There's no need for him to lie to me about something like this. So be it. How's our satellite surveillance system coming along? Dark Knight, Trident asked. The two subordinates immediately stood to attention before extending an ancient dragon military salute. Reporting to boss. Everything has been set up. A cruel smile appeared on Dark Knight, Trident's face. Very good. Let the hunt begin. The ancient Tai Chu dragon realm was just like the void star section of the ancient Tai Chu realm. There was no day or sun here, only eternal night and a dazzling starry sky. In one place, the lake here glowed with a white light, as if it were a round, white moon on the ground. Streaks of dazzling sword projections sliced through the air, accompanied by blood-curdling roars. The dragon tribe male plunged his sword into the heart of a massive lizard dragon that was riddled with wounds. The lizard dragon wailed in anguish and struggled, but its vitality was being stripped away relentlessly. The golden light in the dragon tribe male's eyes became purer and purer, and his aura also became more powerful. Are these the cries of the weak? How pitiful! The dragon tribe male chuckled with a cold expression in his eyes. If you don't want to be eaten, then you can only eat others first. To eat or to be eaten. That is the iron law of this world. Weak beings like you can only sacrifice your flesh and blood to me in order to become more powerful. This dragon tribe male was the publicly acknowledged #1 powerful being in the dragon tribe, Ao Qingyu. The massive lizard dragon's vitality had been severed. Ao Qingyu closed his eyes, and his brows furrowed slightly. Too weak. I need more powerful enemies. I need powerful beings as my nutrients. Within the South Snake Sea realm of the East Sea, the lightning clouds were gathering more and more intensely. Mythological beast Ba Xia was taking a nap. A bare-chested man from the dragon race, with a burly physique covered in scars, walked over the sea. He stopped in front of Ba Xia and bowed respectfully. "Senior Ba Xia, I'm late. Can I still go in?" Ba Xia's narrowed eyes opened slightly. The time limit is not up yet, so you can still go in. Long time no see, you've improved a lot. The dragon tribe male withdrew his killing intent with a smile on his face. After holding back for 10,000 years, I can finally fight to my heart's content. So of course I've improved. Ever since Shen Yin and Ao Guanyu perished and Ao Xiao has become a coward, there are very few dragon tribe juniors that are worthy of my attention. "Not bad, kid," Ba Xia commented in a cold voice. The dragon tribe male extended another salute. "Thank you for your praise, senior. I don't have much time left, so I'll be taking my leave now and heading to the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm.